What's the click? It's your boy Dirty. Back at it again for a bit more film. I'm talking about Iran again. There's a lot of shit's happening week to week, bro. You know what I mean? Like, I wish I could do like a day by day on this shit, but it is what it is. And Williams putting you on notice straight from the get go saying your only salvation, chat, will be co-fire the PayPals. Okay, we need $10 on the Ko-Fis or the PayPals. Also, welcome in Halfwood. Hope you're doing well. Let's say, let me put the we got the banners up there as well. But yeah, like I was saying, we're going to be going not necessarily in depth with Iran, because we basically already done, like last week we based on the whole history of Iran and all this kind of shit, explaining like different things and all this kind of stuff. So today's one is going to be more so just kind of like, what is the logistics? What's actually going on? How are things shaping up? Is this actually worthwhile or not? Especially for Americans and all this kind of shit. But before we do any of that, we need to start the motherfucking show.
Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Man, we got a damn good show for y'all today, man. Damn good show. I think this is going to be one of the best. We got one hell of a show for y'all today, man. Got a good show. We got a good show for y'all today, man. We got a damn good show. Man, we got a damn good show for y'all, man. Good show. We got a damn good show for y'all today, man. We got a damn good show. A damn good show.
A damn good show, folks. Okay? So, anybody who's been following me for pretty much any part of my streaming career would kind of like be able to characterize me as someone who's in favor of the noble lie. But the noble lie is often difficult to explain and why it's important, all this kind of shit, right? But sometimes it is necessary to lie for a noble purpose, right? Now, the easy example is like the whole thing of like, oh, you're in Amsterdam during World War II and Anne Frank's in your attic. Are you gonna all this kind of shit, right? But we don't really have like a modern context or like an actual kind of like live event that we can apply to the scenario, and then, like I said, kind of justify or show why this is necessary, right? So he's probably seen the old what Eric Doherty, also misspells Doherty, by the way. Typical Americans changing the Irish names. I kid. Basically, Eric says, Justin, Secretary of State Marco Rubio just went off for 12 minutes straight, decimating fake news attacks against America and President Trump obliterating the Iranian regime. Now, again, we got to basically read between the lines here, because make no mistake, America's going in there to change the regime. But Trump, Rubio, and all the boys, they can't come out and say that up front, because that means war, which means Congress has to vote on it. But if Israel was to coincidentally launch first missile, then as Marco Rubio will explain, America's no choice. We have to take preemptive action now because Israel's have to start. Did you see where I'm going with this? So basically, like this whole thing of like the regime, that's the main thing that like, and you'll see it in this. There's one key moment. This is why I have to give Marco Rubio a 9 out of 10 for this. This is 9 out of 10. Could have done a little bit better, but we'll watch the video and we'll get into it, okay? But this is what I'm saying, where it's like you're going to be told one thing, and this is the official narrative, but realistically they're lying to you, but it's because of a noble reason per se.
Where they can hide behind, meaning there would come a point where they have so many conventional missiles, so many drones, and it can inflict so much damage that no one can do anything about their nuclear program. That is what they were trying to do, is put themselves in a place of immunity where the damage they could inflict on the region would be so high that no one can do anything about their nuclear program or their nuclear ambitions. They are
basically, they go in, they say, give us your shit or we're going to nuke every single country in the Middle East. And we've already seen Iran do this because they basically sent out drones and missiles hitting all the surrounding, even Arab states. Arab and Muslim states, they didn't give a fuck. They just launched everything.
Producing, by some estimates, over 100 of these missiles a month. Compare that to the 6 or 7 interceptors that can be built a month. They can build 100 of these a month, not to mention the thousands of one-way attack drones that they also have. They've been doing this for a very long time, and by the way, they've been doing it under sanction. You see the attacks they're conducting right now? They're attacking airports, they're attacking hotels, they're hitting not just military bases, they're attacking our embassies directly, they're attacking facilities that have nothing to do with war or with military, and that's a weakened Iran. That's in Iran despite years of sanction. Imagine a year from now, or a year and a half from now, the capabilities they would have to inflict damage on us. It's an unacceptable risk, especially in the hands of a regime that's run by radical clerics. The Ayatollah was a radical cleric. That entire regime is led by radical clerics who don't make geopolitical decisions. They make decisions.
Now, notice what Mark Rubio is saying here, right? Because like the first half of this video might seem as though I'm criticizing Mark Rubio, all this kind of shit, but I'm letting you guys know, in case you talked on your lefties or any of this, and they used to say they're clearly lying about this, and it's like noble lie, right? So I'm basically sitting you all down to say this is why they're lying. They need to lie. It's necessary. Okay, it's for a noble purpose, right?
On the basis of
Because if he's talking about notice all he's talking about is like the regime and how the regime's so terrible and all this kind of stuff. And if this was a press conference about America wanting regime change, then this would all make sense. But this is not your excuse. Your excuse is supposed to be, well, yeah, Israel attacked first and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? The reason why he's doing this is to show you that, like, we basically knew all along that Israel, well, we're the ones that told, and Trump actually comes out later, like after this thing, I think a couple of days later, and he said, no, like, I was the one that gave Israel the go-ahead, which basically fucking throws Rubio under the bus in a way. But as you'll see, we're able to get it. You know what I mean? And welcome in, dogs. Welcome in. Wubba lubba dub dub. Shante, welcome in. Welcome in.
Theology, their view of theology, which is an apocalyptic one, that has to be taken very seriously as well. So that was the purpose for what this operation is all about. That's what it's focused on. As the President said earlier today, it is on or ahead of schedule. I will defer to the Department of War to discuss the progress being made at a tactical level, but it was the right decision and an important decision for the safety and security of the world.
Now, look at him there. Absolute champ. He's going for the 2028 title here, boys and girls. Right, look at that pose. That's a presidential pose right there. Right? Now, he's got the media there saying all this kind of shit, and we're going to see this champ take on the media.
Does Congress have to weigh in? Is the president declaring war?
Yeah, no, it's going to. Has the president declared war, and will Congress be allowed to weigh in? No, because technically we're just managing the situation. We're not interested in regime change. Maybe Israel is, but Israel struck first, so we're just, quote unquote, managing the situation. So now you see why the noble lie is so important here. Because we need to avoid Congress so we can do the shit that we need to do.
Does Congress
No.
have to weigh in? And
What-
was
what-
there an imminent
what-
threat? Did you tell lawmakers that there was an imminent
War?
Absolutely.
What do you
was an
mean
imminent
war?
Threat, and the imminent threat was that we knew that if Iran was attacked, and we believed they would be attacked, that they would immediately come after us. And we were not going to sit there and absorb a blow before we responded, because the Department of War assessed that if we did that, if we waited for them to hit us first after they were attacked, and by someone else, Israel attacked them, they hit us first, and we waited for them to hit us, we would suffer more casualties and more deaths. We went proactively in a defensive way to prevent them from inflicting higher damage. Had we not done so, there would have been hearings on Capitol Hill about how we knew that this was going to happen, and we didn't act preemptively to prevent more casualties and more loss of life.
Next question. Next question.
The U.S. was forced to strike because of an impending Israeli action?
No, well, let me two things I would say. Number one is, no matter what, ultimately this operation needed to happen. That's the question of why now. But this operation needed to
Number one, this was necessary. So stop asking me these goofy fucking questions, because y'all know I'm telling you a noble lie.
happen. Because Iran, in about a year or a year and a half, would cross the line of immunity, meaning they would have so many short-range missiles, so many drones, that no one could do anything about it, because they could hold the whole world hostage. Look at the damage they're doing now. And this is a weakened Iran. Imagine a year from now. So that had to happen. Obviously, we were aware of Israeli intentions and understood what that would mean for us, and we had to be prepared to act as a result of it. But this had to happen no matter what.
Had to happen no matter what, but notice what he's really saying there. He's not really making it clear that, yeah, it was Israel, because he doesn't want to throw shade on Israel because things are bad enough for Israel in the fucking media as it is. Do you know what I mean? Fuck me, the Tucker Carlson interview, I'll tell you that. But folks, just to remind you, we don't run ads, okay? We are fan funded. I don't know if you heard.
I don't know what you heard, but this show ain't free.
To get the donos in, we need $10 on the Ko-Fi or PayPal specifically. Otherwise, we will get a random grip break. Okay? Or sorry, a forced grip break. Alright? But notice that like Rubio is kind of like giving you the both sides here. Like all he's really talking about is the regime in Iran. And then when they ask him all these questions, he's kind of saying, well, no, Israel struck first. So it's like we had to make that logistical calculation as a military to preemptive. Otherwise, we would have lost more life and all this kind of shit. Beautiful. Top tier. Noble lie here. You know what I mean? This Marco Rubio guy, I'll be looking forward to seeing him in the 2028 election.
Secretary, President Trump said overnight that his top choices to now run Iran were killed in the strikes. Does the United States have a firm plan for how they intend to handle this power vacuum in Iran to ensure that an IRGC hardliner does not take power?
So two things, and two things can be true. Number one is our mission and our focus is the destruction of their ballistic missile capabilities and their ability to manufacture them, as well as the threat posed by their Navy to global shipping. That's our objective. That said, we would not...
Now, the official story is we're doing all this shit because of preemptive strikes, all this kind of shit. But if you're telling me if we do want the regime change, fuck yeah.
We would not be heartbroken, and we hope that the Iranian people can overthrow this government and establish a new future for that country. We would love for that to be possible. But the objective of this mission is the destruction of their ballistic missile capabilities and of their naval capabilities.
Stay on mission. Stay on goal, baby.
Yep.
Flawless. Flawless so far. 10 out of 10, Rubio.
Based on that, are you saying that there is no responsibility, no plan for the U.S. to at least play a role in whatever government comes next?
We might. We'll see how circumstances play out. But I'm telling you what the objectives of this operation are. The objectives of this operation are to destroy their ballistic missile capability and make sure they can't rebuild it, and make sure that they can't hide behind that to have a nuclear program. That's the objective of the mission. That said, abundantly clear, we would love for there to be an Iran that's not governed by radical Shia clerics. As I've said myself repeatedly for years, the leadership of that country does not reflect the people of Iran, and I think that's been pretty apparent in the protests that you've seen. If there's something we can do to help them down the road, we'd obviously be open to it, but that's not the objective. The objective of this mission is the destruction of their ballistic missile capability.
Regime change has not gone well for the United States.
The what now?
Regime change has not gone well for the United States for many, many decades.
It's a 9 out of 10 because basically this question here is why it's a 9 out of 10. You know what I mean? Like so far, up until this question, it was 10 out of 10. He was doing he was playing a blinder, right? Well, as we'll see with this question, there's a little falter, right? So 1 second, let me just go back for 5 seconds. Can I go back for 5 seconds? Okay, right.
The United States.
The what now?
Regime change has not gone well for the United States for many, many decades. How do you assure the American public that things will not get worse for the next regime that comes in there and replaces the actual?
So now notice the question that he's asking. He's like, regime change hasn't worked out in these other Middle Eastern countries. So the regime, so he's basically doing what's like a loaded question, where it's like, we all know damn well America wants the regime change, but officially Mark Rubio can't say it. That's why he keeps saying this specific mission was just to protect American lives and all this kind of shit. This was a defensive move. Okay. So officially, in terms of legally, because we need to avoid Congress, the mission is preemptive to defend American bases in the region. That's all we're doing. We're not at war. What war? What are you talking about? War? You know what I mean? So this dude, like, this is the media. They'll load these questions in, all this kind of shit. So the loaded thing is that it's like, oh yeah, you're doing regime change. So again, this is where Mark Rubio has to be very careful.
We would love to see this regime be replaced. And ultimately, as the president has said, he calls... No, but let me...
See where his pause? This is where
finish my answer.
Let me finish my answer. He's like, oh, fuck. He shouldn't have... He bit down on the bait saying, we would love to see a regime change. And he's like, pause, fuck, shit. I need to center it again. You know what I'm saying? But we do have a donation from Prince of Dogs. My man. One sec, the thingamabob's loading up. With the $10 says to the pot it go, my man. Let me give you a shredding clip for that one because we just prevented a grift break, ladies and gentlemen. Are we having fun yet, chat? I am. Hope yous are too. You know what I mean? But yeah, the absolute champ, the undisputed, champion of the world, verbal combat champion of the world, Prince of Dogs. Thank you very kindly, sir. Let us know which premium meme you would like. And also, Rubio is goated. Like I said, this was the 9 out of 10. This is why I had to give him 9 out of 10 for this. Because, like I said, so far he was playing a blinder. Then he bit down the bait. I'm just going to play the thing back again so we all see how the media works and how they're able to do this shit. All right. So we're going in.
Regime change has not gone well for the United States for many, many decades. How do you assure the American public that things will not get worse for the next regime that comes in there and replaces the actual?
And that's where the whole question's about regime change. We're trying to bait him in. And then, like I said, Marco Rubio, he bites down on the bait.
We would love to see this regime be replaced. And ultimately, as the president has said, he calls... No, but let me finish my answer.
You can see him like he's looking at his, oh, fuck. What the fuck did I just say? Pause. You know what I mean?
As the
But he
president
recovers.
said, he would love for the people of Iran to use this as an opportunity to rise.
Oh, shit. We got Birds Ain't Even Real for the $5. Let me hit you with the money clip for that one. And Prince of Dogs said, well, Birds Ain't Even Real says, fy favore. And Prince of Dogs says, I can't remember William can pick. And William says, we have an Andrew Wilson clip. That one tends to be a chat favorite. We also got Joey Diaz, shouting out the troops and all this kind of shit. We also got a little bit of me. Let's talk about me. We got the Asmongold paradox. Or no, the Schrodinger's gay or something like that. And we got the Hodge twins clips. We got Easy's logic clip. We got a lot of clips. I'm not gonna lie. We got a lot of clips. Go with the Andrew Wilson. Let's go with the Andrew Wilson, baby.
I think that women should be grateful. They should be grateful. They live in the best society ever, and it's all built on the backs of not them. The air conditioning, which enables them to even exist, everything which allows them to exist in modernity is built by men, and they're the most ungrateful, snot-nosed brats about it that you've ever seen. And there's really no cause for it because they bring nothing to the table, none of them, including the old bags here who bring nothing to the table by their own admission except their and that, to me, is why, and when asked, this is all you get. I bring love and affection. You don't bring to the table. And that's why you can't even answer the damn question, no matter how many times we ask it. And it makes me sick because that is modernity.
Absolute fire. Might drop it in half. Appreciate you, dogs. Hopefully you appreciate Andrew Wilson. But yeah, like I was saying, explain this whole situation. This is why the noble lie is necessary, because for legal reasons, we need to say one thing when actually we're doing a noble purpose over here, etc., etc. And like I said, you see them stumble, but Marco recovers.
Up and remove these leaders. They've been wanting to remove them from a long time. We've seen successive waves of protests, and we've seen them slaughter people. Okay? But the objective of this mission is to make sure they don't have these weapons that can threaten us and our allies in the region.
Stay on the
That's why
objective.
we're doing what we're doing now. And while we would
Stay
love
on
to
the
see a
mission.
new regime, the bottom line is no matter who governs that country a year from now, they're not going to have these ballistic missiles and they're not going to have these drones to threaten us. That's the objective of this mission, is to deny them the ability to use ballistic missiles to threaten their neighbors, to threaten our bases, to threaten our presence in the region, and ultimately as a shield behind which they can do whatever they want with their nuclear weapons ambition. We were not going to let them hide behind that, and that's why this was such a critical mission to undertake now while they were at their weakest point, and not a year from now where they could inflict even more damage and perhaps already be behind that point of immunity.
Beautiful. Beautiful. So you see that? Like the loaded question gets loaded in. He bit down on the bait, but then he said pause. And he recovered. And as you see for the rest of it, he's absolutely going to slay it.
Go right here behind. Go ahead, you and then you. Yes.
Your critics in Congress have said that they should have a role, they should be able to weigh in here, and there are going to be war powers
Oh, look at this.
Okay.
in Congress later this week. Why not notify Congress ahead of this, and does Congress...
Well, we did. We notified Congress.
This whole thing. Well, your colleagues in Congress says they should have a say in what's going on in this. And that's basically where Rubio should have said, fuck Congress. We ain't gonna do shit with Congress. The whole reason why we're saying this bullshit is to get around Congress. What the fuck you talking about, bitch? But notice, as well, they made sure they done everything by the book.
I mean, we notified the Gang of Eight. We notified congressional leadership. There's no law that requires us to do that. The law says we have to notify them 48 hours after beginning hostilities. We've done that. I think the notification went today. But we did notify members of Congress in advance. But we can't notify 535 members of Congress. And, well, the Congress can vote on whatever they want, but there's no law that requires us to do that. And I want to say something to
Congress can vote on whatever the fuck they want to vote on. But legally speaking, we're allowed to do exactly what we're fucking doing. So shut the fuck up, bitch.
Because I see people on TV, look, that's fine. If they want to take a war powers vote, they can do that. They've done that. They've done that a bunch of times. But there's no, people keep saying that there's no law that requires the president to have done anything with regards to this. To begin with, no presidential administration has ever accepted the War Powers Act as constitutional. Not Republican presidents, not Democratic presidents. That said, we have followed the notification at 48 hours, and we're here today. I've done more Gang of Eight briefings than I got in the 4 years that Biden was president and I was a member of the Gang of Eight. All of that said, we've complied with the law 100%. And we're going to continue to comply with it. We've done the notification, and we officially to Congress, but we did notify members of Congress. We just can't notify 535 people. That's not possible, but we did the Gang of Eight twice. I briefed them last week, and then I called them the night before the operation.
But if this is just a reaction to Israeli intelligence saying they're going to strike on it, why were you briefing them last week? Do you know what I mean? But even if I was there, I wouldn't be asking these questions. I'd just be giving them the thumbs up going, 2028, Rubio. 2028. That's what's on the line here.
Can you tell us what you know, Mr. Secretary, of the administration knows about the strike on a building in southern Iran? The Iranians are saying that the school reports of large numbers of civilians, including children, killed.
Yeah, I've seen those reports. I don't have, I would refer you, not because I'm not trying to answer your question, but I don't want to get it wrong. The Department of War would be investigating that if that was our strike, and I would...
Exactly, William. Exactly. You know? This is what Rubio should have done. He should have got the Hodge twins up there and done this.
You can do what the fuck you want to do.
Legally speaking, we can do whatever the fuck we want to do. So shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, Congress. You know what I mean? Basically, my whole family wanted Rubio to be president. Bro, he's playing a fucking blinder. He's playing an absolute blinder here. Like I said, he had that little stumble there where he's like, pause. And that's why I had to dock him 1 point. But in terms of the overall presentation here, 9 out of 10. 9 out of 10.
For your question to them, and I'll make sure they're aware that you have that question. But we'd like to know. Well, clearly, the United States would not deliberately target a school. Our objectives are missiles, both the ability to manufacture them and the ability to launch them, and the one-way attract drones. That would be our focus, and that's what we would be focused on. We would have no interest and, frankly, no incentive to target civilian infrastructure. The Iranians are, on the other hand, targeting civilian infrastructure. You guys have seen it. I'm sure you've seen it. They're hitting hotels. They're hitting embassies. They're hitting airports. They're hitting oil infrastructure. Well, it'd be very tragic, but I can't speak to the details behind it because I just don't have it. It would be a tragic outcome if it's happened. I don't have the details as to what led to it. But what is clear is that the United States would not deliberately target a school. They are, on the other hand, deliberately targeting civilians, as you've seen, because you know why? They are a terroristic regime. They sponsor terrorism and they participate in terrorism.
What's your message to Americans spiking of oil prices today.
Yes, and we knew that going in would be a factor, and so we have a program in place that will begin to be implemented by Secretary Wright, Secretary Bessent. We talked about it last night, again, about this program. We talked this morning, and starting...
Yeah, that program is called El Venezuela, senor. Is why we do the Venezuela before the Iran. See, so because if they close the Strait of Hormuz, we have Venezuela. We can get oil. We can sell the Venezuelan oil to the Europeans. Is okay for the West. Is not okay for the Chinese. Senor Chang es no bueno for the Chinese. But for the West, well, we're Gucci. You know what I mean? Now, prices will probably increase per barrel, all this kind of shit, and I think it's up like 20%, something like that. But fundamentally, that's just to get some more cheese, because what I would like to remind all of you is that I have a prediction on my Facebook account. I have a pin to my profile, right? One is the very first thing is that Trump eliminates the US national debt, which is the only person that I've heard like slightly broach on this has been ironically the original Vintage. But even then, he's pointing at the debt, saying this is an important thing, but he's not able to link up why they're going to Venezuela, why they're going to Iran, what's the big counterplay, and then how are they actually going to pay off the US debt, because it's very inefficient to try and pay off the US debt by just trying to sell resources. Better to take the profit from those resources, invest it into something like, I don't know, let's say Bitcoin, for example, especially because Trump is the Bitcoin president, all this kind of shit, Bitcoin Reserve Act, all this kind of shit, stack that on top, and now all of a sudden, 35 trillion ain't such a big number. And I'll tell you as well, what's a big number? We got Prince of Dogs for the $2, folks. We only need 3 more super chats for another premium meme. So 3 more $2 super chats, $6. You know what I mean? Appreciate you kindly, sir. Appreciate you kindly. And bear in mind, props to our boy Dogs for taking home the W on the VK. You know what I'm saying? And we got Jack of Blades in chat as well. Welcome in, sir. Welcome in. Pull up a chair. But like I said, like this whole main play here, there's a lot of shit going on in the equation, all this stuff. But hopefully I've been able to explain to you in real time why the noble lie is such an important thing, or why I keep talking about the noble lie.
Tomorrow you will see us rolling out those phases to try to mitigate against that. Obviously, markets are going to be reacting to news about what's happening. And again, a reminder, think about it, okay? This terroristic regime led by radical clerics has the ability, potentially, to shut off 20% of global energy. That's the kind of leverage they have because of their Navy. We're going to destroy their Navy. But there is a plan in place. We anticipated this could be an issue, and Secretary Wright and Bessent will begin to roll out those steps starting tomorrow to mitigate against the impact that could have. What time? I got to do this briefing, so I got a couple more. Yeah.
Do you anticipate putting boots on the ground, and how long do you anticipate the conflict to last?
Well, we don't. Let me say 2 things about it. Number one, the president always has the options to undertake whatever operations he decides to do as the commander-in-chief. That said, we believe the objective that we have set for this mission, which is the destruction of their ballistic missile capabilities, both launch capability and manufacturing, can be achieved without ground forces. Right now, we're not postured for ground forces, but obviously the president has those options. He's never going to rule out anything. But right now, our focus is on the destruction of their ballistic missile launchers, their ballistic missile stockpiles, and their ballistic missile manufacturing capability, as well as their one-way attract drones and their Navy, because of the threat.
Yeah, I don't know why it's all fuzzied up now. Okay.
All right, I can only do one more. Right there in the middle. Yes, sir.
Is there a diplomatic exchange going on right now between U.S. and Iran? Any exchanges whatsoever outside of...
No, not at this time. I mean, look, we always have people that reach out from inside of governments. You don't know if they're authorized to reach out or not. They're suffering a tremendous amount of damage. Honestly, again, I'm not going to give away the details of our tactical efforts, but the hardest hits are yet to come from the U.S. military. The next phase will be even more punishing on Iran than it is right now. Someone was screaming, how long will it take? I don't know how long it'll take. We have objectives. We will do this as long as it takes to achieve those objectives, and we will achieve those objectives. The world will be a safer place when we're done with this operation. All right? Thank you, guys.
Bro, I could show you. I don't even know if I'm allowed to show the footage from Iran. Like, fucking Tehran looks like literally Dante's Inferno. That's the only way to fucking describe it. You know what I mean? Because you just see like fucking massive flames, massive smoke going into like the night sky and all this kind of shit. Apparently, it's raining oil, essentially. You know what I mean? Like, there's been so much toxic fumes and all this kind of shit put out. That literally went into the atmosphere and it started raining fucking black rain, essentially. Do you know what I mean? Hey, Derek, I said your Discord DM. Let me know if you want anything changed. One sec. Ah, bro, FIFA, bore. It's not a frog. It's a Pepe. But I appreciate the effort. Sir. But there's only one frog that we like, and that's our boy Pepe. You know what I mean? We got Pepe in the leprechaun costume. We got Pepe drinking his coffee. You know, we got Pepe working in the field. We got Pepe being a bit sinister. You know. We got obviously Pepe, you know, just let everyone know. Mom took Tylenol, etc., etc. And we got Pepe praying, you know. We even got Pepe doing a little bit of fake science, as Shantae would say. You know what I mean? He hands so smooth. Chat started, I just roll with it. Hey, fucking I say, man. You know? Sometimes when you steal the show, you steal the show. You just gotta roll with it. You know what I'm saying? Speaking of which, right. Getting on to the main man himself, the Iranianologist or something like that. Self-described Iranianologist, also philosopher, Jason Reza Georgiani. To give us updates, and again, I think this is, how long is this? This was March 5th, so this is about 4 days ago. So even in terms of what Georgiani's going to say, I have a couple of updates in terms of what's actually played out and all this kind of shit as well. But before we get into it as well, I want to give a shout out to Lev Polyakov from Break the Rules. Okay? So actually, let me link the podcast, like it, sub. Because to be fair to Lev, he does good shit. You know what I mean? I don't align with him 100%, but to be honest, I don't align with anybody 100%. But it's like I said, just if you want at least a bit of research in terms of like what are like the arguments that, what's the best way to describe it? Like, you have your typical lefty retard arguments, which are just basically slogans, but when you break them down, they don't really mean anything. And what I mean by this would be, we need to seize the means of production. What's the means of production? Human labor. Is my human labor included with that? Yes. So you want to seize my human labor. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm talking about. Like, those lefty arguments that don't really hold up the weight and all this kind of shit. If you want actual kind of like a perspective into terms of like a wide range of different things, then like I said, I'd highly recommend Break the Rules, because especially when you can like realize that a lot of the people you might perceive as enemies or people who are quote unquote across the aisle, you'd be surprised, like, by doing a bit of research into the likes of Break the Rules or Lev or whatever, or Jason. Like, you'll actually find that a lot of them, like, you can actually make an argument of like, okay, we can actually move towards something here. And then, like I said, the reason why that's so important is because all of a sudden then, you know what I mean, these crazy communists, they don't have anybody behind them anymore. You know what I mean? I always fall asleep during those. Good job, Pod. Hey, it is what it is. That is true, but when you weren't required to roll with it. Hey, my man. Yeah, true, but it's good to see. You know what I mean? Good to see. Yeah, 100%. 100%, ladies and gentlemen. But let's get into it.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to another episode of Break the Rules. I'm your host, Lev Polyakov, and with me is Dr. Jason Reza Georgiani, one of the most important people, I think, of our time right now, as far as the books that you have written, your philosophy, and you being an Iranian patriot right now in this incredibly difficult time. So I am really, really thankful for you being able to join me today to talk about what's been happening with Iran and what the future looks like and what the main players are. And for everybody who's watching, I really appreciate it. And if you want to help grow this channel, make sure to like, subscribe, click the bell. All of that is very important for the growth of this channel. And yeah, I wanted to start out, Jason, to mention that today is also the death of Joseph Stalin, which on one hand is not exactly related to Iran.
Well,
but on
it's
the other
related,
hand,
all right. It's
yes.
absolutely related. First of all, thank
Yes.
you. And Lev, it's always great to be with you. You are, quite frankly, as my dear friend, the only person who I'm willing to talk to right now in the state of mind that I find myself in, watching the situation unfold. But yeah, Joseph Stalin is absolutely relevant. And we'll come back around to this after some time. But viewers should know that the project of Kurdish separatism and of creating a Kurdistan nation state was engineered by the Soviet Union, in particular under the leadership of Joseph Stalin. And in 1946, during the Soviet occupation of northern Iran, a group of Kurdish separatists set up a so-called Republic of Mahabad, which was essentially an attempt to carve out a piece of Iran as an SSR, a Soviet Socialist Republic. So Stalin, for many reasons, is relevant, to the tragic history of Iran in the 20th and now 21st centuries, and that's one of them. But anyway, we can go back to your show intro.
Yeah. Well, I mean, other than talking about...
Shot there with the big two says, how did I get here? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. But pull up a chair, get comfy. Because we're going to be going through a lot of shit today.
This being the death of Stalin Day, which is a good day in that sense. In the other sense, it's a very frustrating day because of the fog of war of what's going on. But I think that it's best right now that we go to the very beginning of what exactly this revolution of the lion and the sun was, how it transpired, and let's just start from there.
So the last conversation that we had together was in New York in person, and we were speaking about a week into what has since been dubbed the Iranian National Revolution, or the National Revolution of the Lion and Sun. Enqilab Milliye Iran, or Enqilab Milliye Shir o Khorshid. And at the time that we spoke, I had already provided a brief recap of the situation to date, which we'll run through, really briefly, before focusing on the horrifically tragic ending of the first phase of the National Revolution of the Lion and Sun. So as I, explained in our last conversation, these protests began in late December with a general strike, which is a very serious matter. Iran's economy was already collapsing under the mismanagement of these mullahs, and it led eventually to a general strike, especially called by the Bazaris, or the traditional merchant class of Iran. And they basically shut down all the main bazaars of Iran and held protests in them. And in very short order, that sparked a wider popular uprising. Now, here is what's of critical significance. We've seen many mass popular uprisings against the Islamic Republic in the past. 2009 to 2010, 2017 into 2018 was a particularly ferocious one, where some mosques were burned down, although far fewer than the number that wound up being burned down in this revolution. 250 mosques were eventually set on fire across Iran by protesters who've had it not only with this regime, but with Islam itself as a religion. So in 2017 to 18, we saw some pretty ferocious protests. And again, there were ones that were motivated by an economic crisis in 2019, and then a huge nationwide uprising in 2023. The 2022-23, the Women Life Freedom Uprising after the killing of Mahsa Amini. So there's a whole history of organically growing popular uprisings in Iran, which have a pattern of growing over the course of weeks and then ultimately being sustained in fits and starts for months. Okay, this has been the pattern. If you look at 2009 to 2010, the full extent of the protests went from about June of 2009 till about February of 2010, and it came in waves. And by the way, those who are not familiar with the history should also be apprised of the fact that the so-called Islamic Revolution in Iran in 1978 to 79 also took about at least 12 months, maybe even, if you count the very first protests, 18 months to unfold, okay? And just as in the case of that revolution and 2009 to 2010 uprising, in the Mahsa Amini uprising of 2023, the protests also extended in fits and starts over a very long period of time and grew sort of organically across the country. In this case, once the large gatherings began to form, Donald Trump, in his infinite wisdom, got onto Twitter and he made an ex post saying, Iranian people, we're behind you, pour into the streets, take over your institutions, you're not alone, we've got your back, help is on the way. Now, it bears repeating, although I've said this many times on your show and in other contexts, that at least until now, the Iranian people are by far the most pro-American population on the face of the earth. By and large, a demographic majority of Iranians are much more pro-American, or have been, than Americans are. So forget the rest of the world. I mean, Europe, forget about it. I mean, let alone, China, whatever, or, the rest of the Islamic world. But Iranians are more pro-American than Americans are. I mean, actually, an increasingly large majority of Americans seem to hate this country, okay? Both on the left and on the right. I mean, I cannot think of anything more grotesquely un-American than Nick Fuentes' so-called America First, for example. It's as un-American as the radical left-wing people in an opposite direction. And they converge in bizarre ways, including their virulent anti-Semitism.
And ain't it so beautiful? Ain't it beautiful? You have like the nationalists that are anti-Semitic, and then you have like the socialists that are anti-Semitic, and they have that common ground of anti-Semitism to then join forces, and then all of a sudden you have this big contingent of national socialists who also hate, Israel or Zionism, as they try to get around with the TOS. And then, go back, like, was it a year or two at this stage, or a year and a half or some shit like that, where I'm basically like on the debate stage saying America's National Socialist. Like, you guys have a serious problem with like your covert or your deep state is essentially like, you need to start asking these questions, that kind of stuff. And then they say, Teriak, you're a fucking leprechaun, shut the fuck up. Ain't it funny?
Okay. So point being, Iranians, even if they're grossly misguided in doing so, they put a lot of stock in the word of the President of the United States, okay? And so when the President of the United States comes out and says, go, I'm behind you, this is it, we're going to do this, they're going to pour out into the streets, which is what they did. It wasn't like 2009, 2010, slow growth, or Mahsa Amini uprising. All of a sudden, somewhere between 5 and 8 million Iranians poured into the streets of every city and even towns, some of them small towns across the country. Millions and millions of people. And they did that. We have so many videos of Iranians who are saying, okay, I'm going out to protest. If I die, I hope that at least it leads to a free Iran. Thank you, President Trump. We know that we're not alone, etc. Okay. So they were given confidence to go out into the street in these large numbers.
And again, like Trump was there saying, we got your back, all this kind of shit, which is what this is going to be the main, not the main, like one of the contentions that I have with Giorgiani on this. But again, like, this is like 4 days after the event. You know what I mean? And I appreciate you, Shante, for the $3 on the Ko-Fi, which means you get a premium meme, and I already know which premium meme she wants.
Let's talk about me. Let's talk about the 6'8" frame, the 37-inch vertical leap, the black steel that drips down my back, aka the bulletproof mullet, the Google prototype scopes with built-in LCD, LED, 1080p, 3D Sony technology, the Ethiopian poisonous caterpillar, aka Slick Daddy. Let's talk about the cabinets right behind me that go 40 feet deep into the wall that houses the other 95% of my trophies, the awards, the certificates, all claiming first place, right? Let me give you a little inside glimpse into the hotshot video gaming lifestyle of the two-time international video gaming superstar. Because that's what this channel's about. That's what this domain's about. That's what the society is about. You're looking at the face of Twitch, and goddamn, is Twitch lucky.
God damn, is YouTube lucky. But Shantae says she wants the princess clip. So for any of you who haven't seen it yet, this is Shantae's princess clip.
Hi, I'm Felicity. I'm 22 years old, and I'm reading for the role of narrator in Princess Party. Just let me know when I can start. Okay.
Petunia Tabernacle emerged from the castle with a young frog. She took the frog and kissed him squarely on the lips. When she kissed the frog, he turned into a prince.
Felicity, could you do it a little bit more feminine, a little softer? I'm so sorry, just the note said that the narrator was wise beyond her years. Okay, no problem, I hear you. Hi.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. We appreciate you, Shantae. Thank you very kindly for the $3. We're now officially up to 22 out of 50 for the daily goal, folks. Absolutely smashing it so far. We're not even in an hour in yet. Por favor.
And that was his first tweet was January 2nd. January 8th to 9th, they responded to that with this mass uprising. And one of the most tragic elements of this is that it appears that the only legitimate leader of the opposition, whose name has been the only opposition leader name chanted on the streets all across Iran, namely Reza Pahlavi. Okay? People went to their death. Even I may not necessarily agree in their degree of zeal for this character, but the fact of the matter is that the vast majority of Iranians who were killed, as we'll come to in a moment, died chanting the name of Reza Pahlavi and calling for his return to Iran. Okay? So one of the most tragic things here is that it appears that Reza Pahlavi was given assurances via Senator Lindsey Graham and other people in Trump's entourage that there would in fact be American intervention in support of the protesters. So Reza Pahlavi came out and formally called for people to turn up on the streets at a particular time. Okay? 2 evenings in a row. And I believe our last conversation was like a couple days after that happened. So this was the nights of January 8th and 9th. January 8th and 9th. 8 million people in the streets. And they were massacred. You had people using AK-47s, okay, machine guns in the streets. Some of them security forces standing on the streets shooting at people. Some of them in pickup trucks driving around the city, shooting both people on the street and also shooting into people's windows because people were chanting various protest slogans against the regime, you know, from out of their windows. Death to the Islamic Republic and long live the king, Javid Shah, and, you know, this is the last struggle, Pahlavi will return, and so on and so forth. So they would listen for who's chanting out their windows, and they'd shoot into people's homes also from these flatbed pickup trucks with machine guns. They went around with some kind of a chemical spray, wearing protective gear themselves, and used some form of chemical weapon against unarmed civilian protesters, which still we don't, because we don't have access inside Iran. We don't know what exactly this thing was, but it's being investigated as basically a crime against humanity, the use of some kind of chemical weapon against an unarmed civilian population. The worst thing that this regime did, which also, though, is a sign of its desperation, is that they imported at least 5,000 Hashd al-Shabi, Iraqi Shiite militiamen, had them invade Iran's territory and sick these lunatics on the Iranian people. Okay? These are the most hardcore Arab Shiite fanatics who basically don't even speak Persian, right? And there were many videos of these people. And they basically came in and completely mowed down Iranians. And worse than that, there are stories of Hashd al-Shabi taking Iranians to the outskirts of town. And I'm sorry to have to say this in your program, but this needs to be documented. They took Iranians to the outskirts of town, men and women, and they would shoot them in their genitals and then leave them to slowly die. Some of them were retrieved and, you know, they're going to be maimed and mutilated for the rest of their lives. And others of them, you know, bled to death and died in agony. Now, I don't know whether it was the Hashd al-Shabi who did this or the regime security forces themselves. In any case, doesn't make very much difference. But we also have reports of women who were gang raped, and then they had their uteruses and sexual organs torn out, so that when their bodies were eventually retrieved, they were missing the evidence that they were gang raped because they were then mutilated subsequent to the rapes.
So like this is this is to give you kind of like a peek behind the curtains of what like actually goes on. And now all of a sudden the grooming gangs and all this kind of shit that we see around Britain and Europe and all this kind of shit, now all of a sudden like that shit makes sense. That this shit is instilled in them. This is how you're supposed to treat the kafir. You know what I mean? The infidels. The non-believers, as they say. You know what I mean? But, like I said, it's, you could say, oh, Tarek, where's the evidence? Like, do you think I can show a woman who was a mutilated woman's body on stream? You know what I mean?
So the degree of, just like grotesque, monstrous inhumanity demonstrated by this regime is beyond belief. They also killed children. I don't understand the logic of that, but I suppose once you bring Hashd al-Shabi into the picture, this is the kind of thing you're going to get. They also, by the way, brought in some Shiite militias from Pakistan and some Afghan fighters. In any case, we have evidence of them killing children. They've also terribly wounded some children, hitting them in the face with pellet guns. Children, like 3-4-year-old children who were out on the streets as like passerbys with their parents, just like bystanders.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the kind of, horrific massacre that we saw take place. In terms of the scale of it, the number that President Trump is using now is 35,000. Reza Pahlavi has cited basically close to 40,000 confirmed dead. But there are analyses that were done shortly after the massacres, and I watched this very carefully as it was unfolding, where basically we were able to come to an assessment of how many people were killed based on the fact that every single morgue in Iran was overflowing. So it's known what the capacities of morgues in Iran are and what the capacities of hospitals are. And if every single morgue is overflowing and there are literally body bags in the streets and others being taken literally like by the thousands into warehouses, because there's not a single morgue left that can store them in Iran, the numerical assessment of that situation leads to a number of more than 90,000 people killed. And it's interesting that General Flynn, who's close to the Trump administration, did cite that number, and he cited it as a figure that internally he had seen, okay, as part of military and intelligence assessments.
Yeah. It surprises me about General Flynn, who was usually seen as being a pro-Russia stooge, but, you know, how do they say about the clock being right once a day? You know, so it's possible.
Yeah, sure. So point being, this is the worst genocide, really, that has taken place since the Second World War. I mean, I forget how many people Pol Pot killed in Cambodia. Maybe that's the only other example on a par with this, but it certainly exceeds anything that happened in Yugoslavia or anywhere else, basically since the Holocaust. So, I mean, this is absolutely horrific. And Donald Trump made a second tweet as the massacre was unfolding. And he said that basically, again, you know, we've got your back, and the regime better not start shooting protesters. It better not start shooting protesters, because if the regime starts shooting, we're going to start shooting, meaning U.S. military intervention. Now, he says this if they start shooting, while literally tens of thousands of Iranians are being mowed down by machine guns. Okay? Then he tweets one more time after the massacre, and then he holds a press conference in which he repeats the same thing, that if they, you know, if they start shooting people, you know, et cetera, then we're going to intervene. And a few days, I believe it was after that, I think it wasn't even 1 week later, and there's still no intervention, right? And oh, by the way, at that time, it was the night that I was heading back from New York after we did our last show together. The entire airspace over Iran and Iraq cleared, and there were indications from out of Israel that Israel was fully prepared for an American attack on Iran. They were prepared to receive missile strikes from out of Iran. And multiple countries evacuated their people from Iran. So we had every indication that an intervention was going to take place. And then Qatar and Erdogan in Turkey called Trump. And so then nothing happened. There was no strike. And then within, I think, 24 to 48 hours after that, Trump comes out and says, they were going to hang 800 some odd people. And we stopped them. I stopped them from hanging 800 some odd people. And that this weighed on him not to actually attack Iran, and instead to enter into negotiations with a regime that had just genocidally massacred Iranians to whom he had promised help. Okay?
So we'll get that in a second. But first of all, we got to shout out Jack of Blades. Shout out to you, Jack. Let me know which premium meme you would like. Oh man. But I think I should have the goal should be back in chat. Just want another premium meme after this one. But like the main kind of thing that like Georgiani's kind of pointing out here is that like Trump was doing a lot of this thing, like Iranian people, we have your back and all this kind of shit, take to the streets. Like we all seen those posts. And then at the same time, like Trump was trying to threaten the Iranian regime by saying, if you shoot any of these protesters, we're gonna, guns of glory, all this kind of shit. But the Iranians knew you can't do shit to us, because if you do, then that's war, and then Congress will have to vote on it. And in the meantime, we're just gonna fuck up our citizens, all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? So that's what Georgiani's explaining here, and I think it's like another 5 minutes or so, and then he basically culminates it, and then, like I said, I'll give my counter position to it.
Which is particularly horrendous, because who did he get this assurance from that they weren't going to hang 800 whatever people? Foreign Minister Araghchi, who was negotiating with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. And this was a blatant lie. Okay, they didn't hang them from cranes the way they usually do, but they executed them quietly. We have many stories of Iranian prisoners who were given an injection before being released and allowed to go home. And within a day or two, they die. And they're all kind of reactions all over their body, like severe allergic reactions and blotches on their skin and whatever. They injected them with some kind of compound, which caused death, delayed death, within a day or two of their release from prison. And others were secretly executed in other ways. And we even have reports and some video footage, which if you go through my X feed for literally the last 2 months, it's nothing but documentation of what's going on in Iran. There was video footage of silos that had been filled with bodies, mass graves, set on fire, where basically, the bodies of all these people who had been secretly executed so that they wouldn't be publicly hung and brought to the attention of Trump could be disposed of. So, it's a literal Holocaust in the sense that, a Holocaust means the destruction of people by fire. And they were burning bodies en masse. And when they say 40,000 dead, 35,000, 40,000 dead, go ask how many families don't know where the hell their relative is. Those people are dead. Or they're in prison being tortured and mutilated right now.
You know what I mean? That's basically the picture that is in Iran. But we got Jack saying he wants the Asmongold Premium meme, so we're going to give him the Asmongold Premium meme.
If you had a robot, a sex robot, and it was controlled by a person in another country where prostitution was legal, but where you were at, it was illegal, but you're having sex with the robot, but the robot is being controlled by a person. Is that illegal? Number one. Number two, if you're a guy and you have sex with a female robot, but the female robot is being controlled by another guy, are you gay? But the robot looks like a girl. Like, let's say the robot looks like a girl. Like, are you gay or not? Only if you know it's a guy. All right, I really like that. So basically, it's like a Schrodinger's gay.
Like a Schrodinger's gay. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Look at this. Shantae's like the Iranian regime. She's just firing shots at everybody at this stage. Like Saudi Arabia, fuck you. Qatar, fuck you. United Emirates, fuck yous too. Syria, you guys are kind of a shithole anyway. Azerbaijan, fuck it. We're even going to attack Azerbaijan. You know what I'm saying? Shantae is like going guns ho. You know what I'm saying? She's going guns of glory kind of style. You know what I mean? Not going to lie. Can't fault it. Can't fault it. Take no prisoners.
So
25% of the population were massacred by the Khmer Rouge. So in comparison to that, what would you say the percentage is?
Yeah, what's the population of Cambodia?
I'll have to look that up and get back to you about that.
So, but it would seem to me that it would be larger. That one would be larger. So that's why it came to my mind, Pol Pot. But other than, what a wonderful, precedent to compare yourself to. Other than Pol Pot, I think probably it's the largest genocidal massacre since the Second World War.
Yeah, Stalin is also in there. Speaking of Stalin once again. But when it comes to the timeline here, eventually the United States and Israel did go into Iran. Would you say that the reason why they didn't go there sooner was just because Tweedledee and Tweedledum thought they could have some kind of a negotiation going before that, or for some other reason?
Well, let's talk a little bit about Tweedledee and Tweedledummer, okay? And the negotiations, because these negotiations went on for 1 month. They went on for 1 month. So, the Iranian people are massacred. They're waiting 1 week, 2 weeks, 3. Meanwhile, people are being mutilated in prison. They're being executed secretly. 3 weeks. And
I gotta interrupt. We got Prince of Dogs on the Ko-Fi saying no. Ain't happening. Ain't gonna be no motherfucking grift break. You know what I mean? Grift breaks are gay. You know?
One of the things they do is called anal leaking, where a man's anus is leaked like this by the other person, like ice cream. And then what happens, even poo-poo comes out. The other poo-poo's out, and then they eat the poo-poo.
They eat that poo-poo. Griff breaks eat that poo-poo. And Dog says, no eating that poo-poo. Appreciate you kindly, Dogs. Let me knock this off. So, and if you want the premium meme, get the 5 super chats in. $2 super chats are required to get the premium memes going, ladies and gentlemen. Well, appreciate you, Dogs, preventing the griff break. You don't want no griff breaks. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm
Then,
saying?
instead of help is on the way being fulfilled after 3 weeks, Trump starts negotiations with the Islamic Republic, which then go on for a month. And initially, we're told the negotiation is over. Elimination of whatever's left of Iran's nuclear program, which, by the way, didn't Trump claim it was totally obliterated? I mean, what is there to negotiate over? If he repeatedly came out and told us that he totally obliterated their program. All right. So, number one, negotiation over elimination of the rest of Iran's nuclear program. Number two, they said it was going to be about basically either removing Iran's ballistic missile program or severely constraining it. And three, Iran's support for regional proxies, okay, like Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis in Yemen. Nothing about the Iranian people who were just massacred. And then it turns out that instead of negotiating over all these things, because Israel wants at least the ballistic missiles problem to be taken care of and so forth, they wind up negotiating over only nuclear. And initially, Rubio's even upset by this. And you can see conflicting statements between Rubio and Trump, where Rubio's like, no, it has to be a comprehensive negotiation. And then Trump's, no, we'll negotiate over nuclear and solve that. And then we'll get to the other issues if that's successful.
Anytime I see that going, my spidey senses tingle. But first of all, we need to make sure we understand what logic is. You know what I mean?
If you go...
because the thing freezes on me. So first of all, we need to understand what logic
Well,
is.
hang on, stop. Let's start with this. What are the 3 laws of logic? What are they? No, don't look them up. What are the 3 laws of logic?
Do you think this is an inconclusive
What are the
mathematical
3
statement?
laws of logic? There's 3. What are they?
I don't fucking know.
You don't know the fucking laws of logic, dude.
All right.
No, all right, dude. I don't know where. You don't even know the 3 laws of logic. This is fucking crazy. You're fucking crazy.
Do you
bro.
want to ask Speakeasy if he knows?
Yeah, it's the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of the excluded middle.
His name is John C.
Anything else, dipshit?
Amazing. So now that we understand the grasp of logic, right? What's the second law of logic? The law of non-contradiction. So why is Trump contradicting Rubio, or why is there a conflicting thing? Because this whole thing Trump's been doing, where we'll negotiate and we need to make sure we settle out the nuclear, all this kind of shit. Why? This is supposed to happen 8 months ago. Why did we draw it out for another 8 months? I'll tell you why. Because it's not just a matter of Israel and Iran, and those are the only 2 countries in the Middle East. There's also Saudi Arabia. There's also Qatar. There's also United Arab Emirates. There's also Iraq's kind of a shithole, and so is here, like the northern states kind of shithole. But there's still like the likes of Turkey and all this kind of shit as well. So the way that America has to play this is we gave these motherfuckers every opportunity we could, and they could not guarantee us that they would not pursue nuclear. And again, like even going into talks with these people, like it'll usually be, for Trump, the response would be, well, we can't really negotiate this, or like they'll basically string out the negotiations for 3 years until America votes in a new president, and then they just kind of keep fucking doing what they were doing, where they basically just stall, and then all of a sudden they have nuclear weapons, and then you need to shut the fuck up, kind of thing. You know what I mean? Boom. Yeah, it's good. That's why I had to add the Andrew bit at the end. You know? Anything else, dipshit? Just like fries with that, you know? But that's a key thing here. Like my whole thing is that like Trump was basically had to make sure he played this in a certain way, that he kind of showed Iran, the Iranian regime for what they were, which were just tyrannical, bloodthirsty mongrels, essentially. You know what I mean? Now, Giorgiani's going to make a strong point here, saying, well, why the fuck did you tell the Iranians to go out to the streets when you knew full well that you weren't going to get, you weren't going to be able to respond straight away? You know what I mean? And that's where I'd say, well, technically Trump's saying that we have your back, and they've shown that they have their back at this stage. But Giorgiani's like, those 2 months when you done fucking nothing? What was that all about? You know what I mean? Because when we look at Venezuela, like as soon as the troops were done in Venezuela, they instantly start moving over to the Middle East. You know what I mean?
And there'll be sanctions relief after just the nuclear problem is dealt with. What does sanctions relief mean? Sanctions relief means giving a lifeline to a tyrannical Islamic fundamentalist regime that just genocidally massacred tens of thousands, maybe almost 100,000 people.
No different from Obama.
Much worse than Obama. Obama did not give this money to them after they genocidally massacred their population. The crushing of the 2009-2010 protests was bad, but it wasn't this bad. And also, Obama never promised the Iranian people that he was going to intervene on their behalf. He just openly disregarded them. Okay? So there was no false expectation.
Yeah, the traitor is worse than the enemy, so to speak.
Exactly. An oath breaker. Okay? And, in a culture where Mithra is now at the heart of the revival of ancient Iranian spirituality, and the worst thing in Mithraism is oath breaking. And, Mithra is, god of many things, but first and foremost of pacts and oaths. Okay? So, look, the negotiation was supposed to be about all these elements, and Trump was happy to reduce it simply to the nuclear issue and give sanctions relief to this regime. I think, based on everything we've seen unfold as it has, that Trump would have made a deal with this regime. Trump wanted to make a deal with this regime, and he was going to do it. And the reason I say that is because, first of all, they had subsequent meetings scheduled after the last one. And after the last one, the Omani foreign minister came out and did the news circuit. He went on various, media platforms to convey the message that, listen, we were close to a deal, and both sides were approaching some kind of an agreement, at least on the nuclear issue. But mainly the reason that I say that is because Marco Rubio came out and clearly stated, both in a congressional session, both in briefing Congress, and his remarks there were noted and reported by the press, and also in a more summary fashion in a press conference. In both of those venues, both inside Congress, briefing the Congress, and also at his press conference, Rubio clearly said the following: we attacked Iran because we were apprised of the fact that the Israelis were going to attack. And we believed that if the Israelis attacked, our position in the Middle East would come under fire because, Trump had moved this giant, the Armada, right? The Armada that was on its way for weeks, right?
Well, that by the way, that's the argument that some of the people in the chat are making, that what if all of this was just stalling for time until the Armada is right where it should be?
I'll come back to that in a minute. So Rubio says that we attacked only because we know that the Israelis were going to attack and the Iranians would subject all these assets to strikes. And we weren't going to sit there and absorb that. So we decided to go on the offensive. In other words, Israel pushed the United States into this intervention because basically Bibi was telling Trump, I'm going to go. Either you're coming, you're not coming, but we're going to do this, which I fully expected that would happen because I didn't think.
Again, ain't no fucking way that's the way it went down. Like I said, just track the military fucking movement after Venezuela. Like, America already knew this shit was going down. Like I said, 8 months ago, this shit was supposed to go down. So why is it drawn out? For particular reasons. But we got Prince of Dogs coming in with the $17 saying gold, baby, gold. It is one of my favorite colors. You know what I'm saying? That is one of my favorite colors. But let me give you we already used this, we already used this, we already used this. Oh my god, fy favore. Fy favore. One sec. Well, I'll give you one of these because like I said, it warrants at least one of the free ones first.
I just had a question. Does
Oh,
Glenn and the girl with the big eyes have a thing going on or something? Or what's going on here?
Lads, women should be seen, not heard. You know what I'm saying, dogs? You know what I'm saying? But let me know which premium meme you would like, sir. I think at this stage, we're not going to be taking another grift break for an hour and 40 minutes. Or, like, William will probably be able to let me know because I can't do quick maths when I'm streaming. I have, like, fucking my notes. I got my Discord. I got the StreamYard. And then I got this video as well. I don't have enough screens to do quick maths. You know what I'm saying? And Shante, you don't know me well enough yet. Hey, wait, what did Shante say? What did Shante say? Fy favore. Fy favore. But yeah, let me know which premium meme you would like, dogs. You gotta pick at the crop, whatever you'd like. Let me know. And I need to reset the goal as well. One sec.
That the Israelis would miss the opportunity with all these American forces in the region to actually do something. Okay? So Rubio admits this, and then Trump comes out, and because he comes under pressure, of course, from the increasingly anti-Israeli American media. Trump comes under pressure that, you're doing the bidding of Israel, and Israel dragged you into this, etc. And Trump makes one of his notoriously false statements, it's just blatant lie, where he says, no, if anything, I pushed Bibi into doing it. I convinced him he didn't. So, he's the typical Trump, like reversing the truth.
Yeah.
To make him.
Well, yeah, like I said, in terms of the in terms of like this whole thing where like Giuliani's saying it's a blatant lie, but then the rest of it he is believing from Trump, like this whole thing of like, oh, I'd love to see one of these clerics get in or a moderate cleric get in. Again, the reason why he's saying is like, I don't mind being an Islam thing, but realistically, it's like we're wiping out this Islamic regime. You know what I mean? One sec, let me get the donut bar sorted before we continue, ladies and gentlemen. And William saying, we got to get the revival clip. Of course.
King's like, no more revive. King, you know what happens when you tell them not to do that, right? Wait. What is this?
Wheel?
Wheel. Oh, I know what he's doing. I don't think so.
Let the madness ensue. That's what Trump said as well when they went into Iran. Let the madness ensue, boys. But again, like I said, coming at this from the whole Venezuela aspect, as well as the whole Iranian aspect, this is why we played the Marco Rubio clip before this, is to explain that even in the Venezuela thing, the whole like, oh, we need to do this because of the drugs and all this kind of shit, the only reason they said that shit was for the legal reasons, and so they could basically just avoid Congress and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? All like the reason why they're saying all this shit and going about this way is basically to circumvent the law, which one could say is unethical. Then I'd just say it's a noble lie, right? The same thing in Iran as well. If America was just to go gun blaze and basically do what they're doing now unprovoked, then they have no merit to stand on. But this is why, if you notice that key part of Rubio's press conference that I was doing, where he was talking about, it was like, well, legally speaking, it's like we gave the notice. Legally speaking, Congress can't do shit. And legally speaking, the whole War Powers Act didn't do shit. Both Republicans and Democrats both haven't recognized that shit. So go fuck yourselves. You know what I mean? So that's an aspect where Giuliani's... be fair to Giuliani, he might intentionally be leaving that aspect out, because if he starts saying that shit, then all of a sudden he's giving arguments into the enemies of the United States. See what I'm saying? So there's that aspect. But like I said, to do it this way and for Israel to quote unquote strike first, that's basically legally speaking, oh, we're just managing the situation. It's not a war. See what I'm saying?
Stuff look good. And then Rubio backtracks. And so that's the clearest indication to you of what actually happened. Okay, and how this... Now let me address what the question from the chat was. Number one, if you don't have forces in the region that are capable of coming to the defense of the Iranian people, do not promise them that you've got their back 4 times when millions of people are in the streets and tens of thousands of people could be killed. If you don't have the forces, don't make false promises. Number two, we have the forces. The United States did not need a giant armada with 2 aircraft carriers and all these extra, fighter jets and so forth to offer some kind of support to the Iranian protesters to keep them motivated and keep them on the streets by attacking IRGC bases and by attacking the positions of security forces, and most importantly, by decapitating the regime with assassinations of Khamenei and his son Mojtaba. That could have been done with the forces that were already in the region, and it would have been tremendously galvanizing to the Iranian people. It also would have been terrifying to the regime, perhaps terminally crippling, paralyzing to the regime. Because you see, it was really emboldening to the Islamic Republic to see that Trump bluffed, that he didn't mean it.
And like the counter here, and again, like what Johnny's saying here is true, like the whole kind of mentality of what the regime has and all that stuff. But I already kind of said this, that like the Iranian regime would have known that Trump was bluffing in terms of the threats that he was making in terms of his post saying, don't you dare shoot a thing, because they're like, we can shoot as anybody we want. You're not going to do shit. We've done it before. We'll do it again, kind of thing. You know what I mean? So like all of that was kind of like emptiness from Trump, or that was like Trumpisms. You know what I mean? So I think like Giuliani's holding Trump unfair in one aspect in terms of trying to hold him that he's a pillar of truth or any of that kind of shit. But he does have a case in terms of like, why are we telling the Iranians to get out on the streets and all this kind of shit? But that's my whole kind of like read on it, where it's like you're saying one thing because you have to address like all these other all these other Muslim countries in the region. Play that shit out. And also the claim that Giuliani's making is that they did have the forces, not necessarily in terms of the way they want this to go. Meaning, if they had, let's say, done this before the Armada came, you don't have that ship reinforcing the Iron Dome in Israel, and then you don't have that ship outside the coast of Iran. You know what I mean? So automatically just even having the Navy there, or the Armada, as they say, is crucially important for both protecting Israel and making sure you're attacking Iran from a different angle. And also, when you say that we have the forces, does that mean that you wanted to put American troops in Iran? That's a catastrophe. You know what I mean? So in terms of like doing what America's doing at the moment, like Israel and America have control over the skies. And at the moment, they're basically just taking out every single fucking thing they possibly can that could benefit the regime in any way whatsoever. You know what I mean? So, like in terms of the play, I'd much rather be in a position where it's like we know we have this lockdown, and all it is just about following the orders. You know what I mean? Like the same way, the Patriot way. You know, do your job. You know what I mean? Let's not try to rush this in a sense of like out kicking our coverage, or like trying to rush troops in needlessly while the Armada is still going over. Then we don't have the backup that we need, or we done a miscalculation or whatever, and we're losing extra lives than we're losing more life than we should be. You know what I mean? So in terms of like that aspect, like especially with fog of war and all stuff, like a lot of these calculations are very difficult to actually pull off and all this kind of stuff. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, it was beautiful. You know what I mean? Like he's saying no more revives, and then it's like, wait, what? Wheel? And then wheel into the let the madness ensue, baby. You know what I mean? Also, Wally, wheel? What the fuck is wheel? Let me tell you, wheel of madness, baby.
And then he waited and waited, and as he's supposedly bringing this armada into place, he engages in negotiations with them. To their mentality, that says this man is not serious. And instead, what could have happened, what should have happened, is that the minute he made those promises, he should have engaged in a limited intervention and ordered the armada at the same time. Okay, so that's to me a completely illegitimate excuse.
But again, if he had done that shit, then America would have struck first, and technically that's an act of war, and then Congress gets their way. And that's what I'm trying to talk about, where it's like there's so many moving parts into this. There's going to be some parts where you just highlight and it's going to seem fucked up. Then when you see in the big picture, like, no, that had to happen. You know what I mean? The only way to get around Congress was to do it this way. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to intervene whatsoever. So if those are the only two choices, which one are you going to pick? You know what I mean? But to Giuliani's point, why are you telling them to flood out into the streets preemptively? You know what I mean? But again, could possibly make the case that you need to make sure that the rebellion started to put pressure on the regime to then, like I said, basically have them in that kind of like state of panic or fear where they're going to make bad decisions, which they have, because they've been striking other Muslim countries with these attacks. It's not just Israel they're throwing missiles at and the American bases. They're also hitting, hotels and all this kind of shit as well. You know what I mean? So it's, like I said, in terms of, like, to be fair to Trump, I'm trying to give Trump's perspective here because Giuliani's laying into him pretty thick. But then on the flip side to this as well, to be fair to Giuliani could be saying this shit because he can't actually give you the full truth, because that would be giving away like actual like military ops and all this kind of shit, you know.
For
loose
the way
things ships
unfolded.
So a false sense of security that wouldn't have been able to be done in this. Well, especially if he was encouraging the people to go out there. I mean, that already in terms of oath breaking is a horrible, horrible thing. Like the amount of lives that are gone now, thanks to Trump saying what he said.
I think what's even more horrible about it is that as this war began to unfold, I mean, we're only, 6 days into it or so, but within the first 48 hours, it became clear that Trump never had an intention to change the regime in Iran. Because we got reports that Trump, because they were asking him, so who's going to lead Iran after this? You took out the supreme leader. At that time, by the way, they were falsely reporting that Mojtaba al-Khamenei had been killed together with his father. There were false reports that Mojtaba had been killed with his father. How he survived that, I don't know. Or why it was so widely reported that Mojtaba was killed. That, by the way, is incredibly suspicious, that by itself. In any case, it was being widely reported they were both dead, and shortly thereafter, they said that they bombed the building of the Assembly of Experts, which is the clerical organization that chooses the next supreme leader. By they, I mean Israel bombed it. And so they were asking Trump, so who's going to lead Iran? And he said, well, I don't know, because the people that we had picked to lead are dead. And then our second choices after that are also dead. And in fact, our third choices, based on what we see, may be dead as well. Well, this means that you had a list, a 3-tier list of people from within this regime that you intended to put in place after massacring tens of thousands of Iranians. So tens of thousands of Iranians went into the streets chanting Javid Shah, long live the king, and, demanding the return of Pahlavi. This is the last struggle. Pahlavi will return. This is what they died for. A transition to a parliamentary democracy under Reza Pahlavi. And you decide that you're going to massacre them. You're going to encourage them into the streets. You're going to bait them into being slaughtered so that you can just replace Khamenei with a bunch of other mullahs and, technocrats of this accursed Islamic regime. This is really horrendous. And, Trump is so fucking stupid that he just says these things. It's like back in June, during the 12-Day War, at the end of the 12-Day War, when he aborted Operation Rising Lion. Operation Rising Lion was planned to last for at least a month. And the Israelis had made calculations of how many casualties they were willing to sustain from Iranian missile strikes. It was very, very high. It was something like they expected to sustain 5,000 deaths in Israel from Iranian missile strikes, and they were willing to do it. And the end goal was regime change. And just when they were getting to the point where they were going to start hitting regime targets, we did a whole show about this back then. Donald Trump imposed a ceasefire on both sides and started yelling at Israel and telling Israel they don't know what the fuck they're doing. And basically that they needed to pull the planes back, which were on their way to take out Khamenei and the regime leadership.
Yeah. And then he bragged about saving him.
And then he brags about saving Khamenei. He goes and tweets, I saved your life. You should be grateful. The Israelis knew exactly where you were and they were going to take you out. I saved you. So Trump just says this shit, you know, like someone should advise him. I mean, I'm speaking from a cynical political perspective right now. Someone should advise him not to come and admit to millions of Iranians that their compatriots were massacred just so that he could put other officials of the Islamic Republic in the place of Khamenei, right? Even if that was what we're going to do, you might not want to say that. But no, this guy, he just says it. But by the way, since I went there, let me just.
And like, this is what I'm saying in terms of like why Trump could be saying this is like, listen, you know, Saudi and all that stuff. We don't have an issue with Islam. We just have an issue with this regime. You know what I mean? That could be one aspect to it because, like I said, Giuliani's going to get into a thing of what the Israelis have been doing, which is pretty funny, and I got a meme for it as well. And we got Pain Zombie Ghosting with the GGW. We got Reed as well. Nice timing. Ahoy, hoy. Ahoy, hoy, sir.
Triple underline the fact that if Trump hadn't stopped Israel in June, all those poor Iranians wouldn't be dead right now. Okay? So simply by virtue of the fact that Trump aborted Operation Rising Lion, he is responsible for the fact that an Operation Roaring Lion was necessary at all, and that, you know, tens of thousands of Iranians were massacred on the way to it. So this man is doubly responsible. He, in two senses, he has the blood of tens of thousands of Iranians on his hands.
I think that right now the Iranians who are in the street, who are shouting Trump's name and doing the YMCA dance, to me, that's almost like a water in the desert type situation where maybe they understand Trump's incredible shortcomings here, but almost see it as, well, what choice do we have? Like, we have Trump and now he's on our side, so why not continue to galvanize something? Maybe it'll make him feel better, and maybe that'll steer Trump towards supporting regime change in Iran.
It's an incredibly desperate population who has been subjected to either, you know, tyranny and brutality for 47 years or exile for 47 years. And so their reaction is unreflective and borderline hysterical, frankly. And I don't think it's going to last very long because Trump has now come out and made it very clear that he doesn't want Reza Pahlavi to lead Iran. He's made now repeated statements to the effect that, I mean.
And again, just to count this before it comes up, if it was known to, let's say, the Saudi prince, that this whole time, we could even go back as like, you know, fucking, let's say it was 2018, and Trump was talking about Reza Pahlavi about, you know, him actually coming into Iran, all this kind of shit. If there's any word, this is like have been a long time plan for to overthrow or to get Islam out of Iran, then all of a sudden Saudi prince is like, fuck you guys. Do you know what I mean? So the stage is set, and it has the play has to go on in a certain direction, because then we have what the CIA loves to say, plausible deniability. So if Trump kind of like I don't know if it's sidelines or just kind of distances himself from Reza Pahlavi, well then if Israel does some shit and then they basically get the situation that Giuliani was talking about, where it's a parliamentary what would be the word, like constitutional republic or constitutional monarchy, where it's like Reza Pahlavi oversees the parliament, but the parliament is basically running the government. That's basically the thing where like Trump can then say, it's like, well, listen, Saudi, like, we tried our best. We tried to keep Islam, and these fucking Israelis, what can I say? Anyways, well, what about if we put the next World Cup in Qatar, or we put the next World Cup in Saudi Arabia? How would that be? And they'd be like, yeah, Habibi, we love you. Give them the money. You know what I mean? Because let's be real, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, they're just fronts for capitalism. Let's be real. You know what I mean?
It's unbelievable.
You want somebody on the inside, right?
Well, so he says, we haven't really thought about him much. He hasn't been on our mind. We haven't really thought about him much at all. No, we haven't. This poor guy.
Now think the South Park. Anybody that's seen the latest season of South Park, the version of Trump that they've been doing there. Come on, guys. We haven't even thought about Reza Pahlavi. This is a preemptive strike, guys. We're just trying to defend our American bases. And we're not trying to do regime change. You know, even Giorgiani's doing the pose. Come on, guys. You know?
Crown Prince Pahlavi has repeatedly referenced Donald Trump, promised the Iranian people that Donald Trump would have their back, has repeatedly thanked Donald Trump, has gone and done a press circuit, promising that Donald Trump is going to do the right thing in Iran. And Donald Trump comes and says he hadn't thought about him very much. And he thinks that it will be better. Well, Reza Pahlavi, he's a very nice guy. He's said this now. Trump is.
Okay, so imagine, right? I just want to give you an interesting analogy, the whole side by side, right? You're at a party, right? And this chick starts saying, this dude slept with me, I sucked his dick, I done this, all this kind of shit. And then the dude's kind of standing there, like think of like Trump's standing there going, I never met this girl in my entire life. What do you think's actually been going on? You know what I mean? Or not even that I sucked the dick, all this kind of stuff. Or like I've been flirting with him, like me and him are in a relationship, all this kind of shit. And then he turns around and says, I never talked to this girl before in my life. You know what I mean? That's what the vibes I get, where it's like Reza Pahlavi is kind of saying, it's like, listen, this is happening. I'm the dude. I'm that guy. You know what I mean? Especially because he's been surrounding himself with advisors, all this kind of shit. He's got a full board now and everything. You know what I mean? And as Giorgiani will explain, the fact that Reza Pahlavi has been exiled is actually a benefit. The Iranian people see the current regime as anyone who's anywhere near attached to the current regime, they do not trust. But Reza Pahlavi, they do trust. You know what I mean? But if Trump was all in favor of Reza Pahlavi and all this kind of shit, you'd see this coming from a mile away. You would have seen this shit coming from a mile away. And Saudi Arabia wouldn't have been on the same side. But now they're on the same side because Iran has technically attacked Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, all of them. You know what I mean? So when you look at the dynamic, it's actually going to work out. I hope. You never know with war. It's always you have fog of war. It's always there's always uncertainty in it. But in terms of like situations, this is pretty much the best situation, given how Americans feel at the moment, given how Iranians feel at the moment, and then given how the likes of Israel, Saudi, like all these kind of like key players in the business. Do you know what I mean? But I can tell you right now, Turkey are sweating bullets. Because as soon as Iran's finished, then it's just Turkey, and next thing you know, it's almost like we're hopping in a time machine. You know what I mean? And there's going to be an empire once again.
I've said this now a number of times. He's a very nice person. I think it seems like a very nice person, which is Trump's way of insulting somebody. That is Donald Trump's way of insulting somebody.
You said this on the last episode we had in New York City, where Trump doesn't really want to deal with nice people because when somebody's a proven asshole, that's somebody that you have the ability to bully around, and it's okay.
Yeah, I mean, it only pays if you're a narcissistic, sadistic, power-hungry person. It only pays off to dominate strong people. You know, you want to dominate tough assholes. That's what Donald Trump likes to do. That's his MO. And so he says, no, I would prefer that it be somebody who's there, who's on the inside. He says somebody who's popular, who's already there on the inside, who's moderate. Well, we don't have anybody like that in Iran. Number one, the reason that Reza Pahlavi is leading the opposition is...
And again, just like let's see what's going on here, right? We've got Rubio, who's like doing his whole press conference. That, like I said, I made sure to play the Rubio press conference before this, so we could go back to it. You know what I mean? And what was Rubio talking about? Even though I told you, like, what is the main mission? The main mission is that this is just a preemptive strike. We need to protect U.S. citizens in the area. All this kind of all this bullshit that I told you. Like, this is basically the bullshit. Here's really why they're doing it. They're trying to get around Congress and trying to get around. They're basically doing this the quote unquote legal way. So why? But notice when Marco Rubio is doing this is the mission, all this kind of shit. The background or the context or the subtlety when it is like basically what he's saying is like we're doing this for regime change. But if you're doing this for regime change and these are the conversations you're having behind closed doors with Trump and it's all about regime change, why the fuck would you put another Islamic clerk ahead of it? The only thing that would explain why Trump is saying all that shit is that he wants to distance himself from Reza Pahlavi to have all plausible deniability and say this wasn't planned out. We just reacted to what Iran was doing. See what I'm saying? Plausible deniability. Like the CIA's favorite word.
Is that at this point, no Iranian trusts anybody from within this regime, not anybody. And precisely for the same reason that a bunch of ignoramuses think that Reza Pahlavi is not qualified, namely the fact that he's been outside the country for 47 years, is the reason why the majority of Iranians trust him, because he's had nothing to do with this regime, you see? So the only person that Trump could be referring to when he says somebody popular from the inside is Hassan Rouhani. And that may be because moron advisors of his have come to him and said, look, this former president, Hassan Rouhani, who's a cleric also, he's a mullah, 2 presidents ago in Iran, okay? This mullah is very well educated. He went to school in Britain. He goes to the World Economic Forum. He's friends with Klaus Schwab, right? He's Ayatollah.
Yeah, that's what the Trump supporters love, by the way. The World Economic Forum and Klaus Schwab, right?
Right. Yeah, as if Trump has given a fuck about the rest of the MAGA agenda either. Okay, so you know he's been the boy of that global financial elite basically for his entire presidency, despite what his MAGA base wanted to believe going into it. In any case, they come and they show him this that hey, look at this guy, Hassan Rouhani. He won with a 70% majority vote back, 2 presidential elections ago in Iran. So he seems popular. Let's put him in charge. He's a reformist. So I guarantee you this is what Trump is thinking. And when we found out that the CIA, get this. So, I mean, man, this is fucking unbelievable. So Trump comes out and he says, they killed our first choices. They killed our second choices. Who killed?
Hilarious.
Well, clearly it means Israel killed. It means, and the press story is reporting this, it basically put 2 and 2 together and came to this conclusion that Israel was choosing its own targets without consultation with the United States. Yeah. And Israel's aim was regime change. And so Israel kept hitting targets which the United States intended to turn into the subsequent administration of Iran.
And now so we got the no-kill list.
Yeah, so
so basically, every single time these motherfuckers was like, this is our new supreme leader, Israelis would just fucking take them out. And like, what I'd love to do is just like say these if I could do like a video call to them and be able to speak Arabic, maybe we get some like translator or whatever, say like, guys, like every single new cunt you're putting in to that role is immediately getting bombed. Israel knows exactly where every single one of you motherfuckers are. You're not winning this. You know what I mean? Also, we got to remind, because we're talking about Israel, that's a good point. That's a good point.
If you go into the old covenant, do you think the Jewish people believe you should be broke?
No, sir. I've never met a brokey, a Jewish brokey. You know what I'm saying? So don't be afraid to donate, chat. We're halfway to the extra goal. Can we get the full way? You know what I mean? Especially for a film room. I'm not going to lie. And those of you saying, yeah, okay, we're talking about the Jews, but what is a Jew?
First of all, the fuck is a Jew? Is this the nigga in Israel? No.
You know what I mean? So technically, Israel's not Jewish. And for those of you saying, Terry, you always talk about the Jews. What about the Christians?
How in the world is a dying, lost world ever going to hear the gospel if we don't have some Christians that's got some money in their pockets to propagate it?
To propagate it. Some propagation, baby. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Pain zombie, guess what I'm saying? But yeah, basically they put a no kill list to Mossad and all this kind of shit because basically the Israelis well, I actually have video footage of what the Israelis were doing. Let me put this over here. So this was the new leader getting elected.
سلام سلام مستر اختك غير واحد والله ما خرج انا ما بقدر طب اغطي وجهي سلام.
You know, so that's basically what the Israelis are doing. It's like we're not. This is our one chance. Do not miss your chance to blow. Literally, you know what I mean. So it's like this is basically the like I'm making the case of like what could be 4D chess by Trump, but Giuliani's also making the counterclaims like why is Trump doing all these things? Like I said, the only thing that makes sense to me is the surrounding Muslim states. You know what I mean? You can't go into this saying fuck Islam. Because the Saudi prince is going to be forced into saying, well, I have to defend Islam then. You know what I mean? But if this is the whole thing that, like, we need to play a bit of theater, then all of a sudden it makes sense. Especially because Israel just keeps taking out the fucking targets. And if I was Israel, I'd ignore the no-kill list.
Finally, the CIA gives Mossad a no-kill list and says, listen, fuckers, these people, they're protected. Do not kill them. And I guarantee you Hassan Rouhani is #1 name on that list. Followed shortly thereafter by Javad Zarif, the former foreign minister who negotiated the Obama nuclear deal. And a bunch of other, and who's friends with John Kerry, by the way. His family married into John Kerry's family. And a bunch of other similar cockroaches, including this woman, Narges Mohammadi, who's a Nobel laureate human rights activist of the kind that's in fact a shill for the regime and wants an Islamic Republic light. Islamic Republic 2.0. She's a big critic of Israel, anti-Semite, typical leftist SJW discourse comes from out of her. And so they give the Mossad this kill list because clearly, I shouldn't say Trump's preference. I mean, Trump doesn't know jack shit. I mean, but clearly the people who are controlling Trump and manipulating him, namely the CIA, want to preserve the Islamic Republic in a severely weakened form without its nuclear program, without ballistic missiles, without a navy. One of the #1 objectives of the United States, which has been articulated by mainly Hegseth, but also Rubio, is that they plan to wipe out Iran's entire navy. Because, of course, the Persian Gulf is of tremendous strategic significance, particularly the Strait of Hormuz, which the Iranian Navy currently controls. It's a choke point for a large percentage of the world's oil. And by the way, also 50% of the food that's consumed in the Arab countries of the Persian Gulf comes through the Strait of Hormuz. Okay, so they plan to wipe out Iran. So they want an Islamic Republic light, a weakened form of this regime, without a nuclear program, without ballistic missiles, with the IRGC probably integrated into the regular military, with no more support for proxies like Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis and so forth, and with no naval capability, so that Iran can remain a retarded, backwards, weak, isolated country that poses no threat or challenge to anyone, rather than a strong Iran that would be pro-American and an ally and partner of the United States.
Well, this brings up a comment that a good friend of the show, Didier, posted to me a couple of hours back. And this is in relation to what's going on right now with Israel and, well, the CIA as well, and the alleged incursion of Kurdish forces on the borders of Iran. So he says the following: if I put my Bibi hat on, what does Israel gain from maintaining the IRGC at any level in power? Their fall means the end of Hamas and Hezbollah. Lebanon is moving quickly in that direction. The Syrian president is talking like he's surrounded now. The IRGC surviving would mean a scaling up of terrorist attacks in Israel and in the region.
Israel does not want anything to survive from the IRGC. Okay, again, to expand on the point that I was just making, the United States and Israel have two different objectives here. That's become abundantly clear. The United States might want some of the IRGC to survive And by the way, let me just make this point very clearly right now, which is that several days before this started, I posted a very clear plan for what I thought a 72-hour regime change in Iran should look like. Now, suppose that's somewhat idealistic. Okay, expand it to double the length of time. But really, in very short order, a number of vital objectives could have been achieved which weren't. And maybe the most important of them is that the whole IRGC should have been decimated. Now it's become difficult because the Americans kept the IRGC relatively intact because they intended them to be part of a transition to an Islamic Republic 2.0. And so now these IRGC cockroaches went into schools. They have set up their bases in schools where children are attending the schools.
Yeah.
Okay?
Not too different from Hamas.
Of course. Who the fuck do you think Hamas learned from?
Yeah.
I mean, so look, the IRGC, we know they can decimate the IRGC. Right now in Tehran, basically all the IRGC bases have been decimated. So they could have done this in every Iranian city and town. Massive bombardment of all the IRGC bases. Not hard, man. Launch cruise missiles. Okay, there will be collateral damage. Iranian people are clearly ready to die for their freedom. All right? You didn't even need to do this with airplanes. Cruise missiles. Hit all the IRGC bases and decimate them. So America didn't want that. Israel would want that. America didn't want that. So America and Israel have two different objectives. We already outlined what the American objective is, coming from out of the CIA, okay? The Israeli objective is to topple the Islamic Republic. That much is clear. They do not want a continuation of this regime, and therefore also they don't want a continuation of the IRGC. The question is this, and this question now arises because of what we're seeing unfold with the Kurds, where about, what was it? I'd say 2 to 3 days ago, hard to tell because of the time zone difference, but videos started to emerge. I think it was about 2 days ago, but they were probably videos taken 3 days ago, where, and I didn't post on this when I saw them because it seemed bizarre to me and I didn't know what the hell was going on and I didn't repost it at the time. But there were videos basically showing Israel bombing border guard positions all along the Iranian border with Iraq in the Kurdish region. There are 4 provinces of Iran that have a Kurdish majority, okay? People sometimes get confused about, even Iranians get confused about this sometimes, because the Islamic Republic has redistricted. They've redistricted so much of Iran to try to protect against secessionism. So they took large provinces and chopped them up in a lot of cases. Like, for example, in Azerbaijan, they chopped Azerbaijan into like 3 different provinces instead of the one that it used to be. Anyway, there are now 4 different provinces of Iran, only one of which is called Kurdistan, actually called Kurdistan province. Mm-hmm. There are 3 others where there's also a Kurdish majority. And along this whole stretch of Iran, there were border towns where border guard positions were bombed. And I saw videos of Iranians passing by and being like, what the fuck? Why'd they kill the border guard for? That's not like an IRGC thing. That's like border guard. And so this weird video started to emerge. And then within like 24 hours after that, we started getting these reports, these rumors, and then eventually reports, which now have appeared in Axios, Barak Ravid, reports in the Jerusalem Post, in CNN, and also Fox News. So it's not a left-wing or right-wing thing. Both Fox News and CNN are reporting that there's an operation that's been planned to basically arm Kurdish separatists. Let me get into this in some detail. To arm Kurdish separatists and send them to secure a part of Iran as an autonomous zone, okay, to take positions in Western Iran and turn it into a Kurdish autonomous zone. Now, the background for this that you have to understand is that about 5-6 days ago, maybe it was a week ago, 5 Iranian Kurdish groups, which have generally not seen eye to eye, because some of them are straight up terrorist organizations, separatist terrorists.
Yeah.
Of the left wing, radical left wing persuasion. And others of them are more like democratic, federalist minded people who only want like sort of relative regional autonomy under a democratic federalist system, right? So there are some differences among these groups. And generally, they didn't work together. Well, those 5 Kurdish groups of Kurds in Iranian Kurdistan, Iranian Kurdish groups, they got together and formed the United Front under singular leadership. And the guy leading them hates Reza Pahlavi. He hates Reza Pahlavi. Reza Pahlavi tried to work with him back in the Women Life Freedom movement, where, you know, basically the Crown Prince formed a more broad-based coalition with other opposition leaders, including this Abdullah Muhtadi Cockroach. And it was impossible because the guy kept insisting on essentially a form of autonomy in Kurdistan that creates the conditions and clears the ground for an eventual secession of the province from the country. And if you know anything about the history of secessionism in modern Iran, the Kurds are the worst example of foreign powers trying to come in and cut off pieces of Iran and weaken Iran. It started with the British in the 1930s, the 20s and 30s, with this Simcoe character, where basically they wanted to weaken both Iran and the Ottomans by backing this guy to basically engineer a discourse of Kurdish separatism and Kurdish nationalism, quote unquote, which is some complete cockamamie bullshit. If you look at the actual history of the Kurds as an Iranian people who speak an Iranian language, who've been part of the fabric of Iranian civilization for 3,000 years, the Ottomans basically put this guy up to manufacture this discourse and to attempt a secession at that time, which was put down forcefully by Reza Shah the First, Reza Shah the Great. And then his son, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, the late Shah, had to deal with another Kurdish uprising in Mahabad, which I mentioned at the beginning of our show.
Shout out to
where
Dogs
in
of the Big Two.
1946, remember that in World War II,
We only need 3 more.
The Americans and the
1 minute
British
left, though, chat.
came into the south of Iran, and the Russians came down and occupied northern Iran, right? Because Reza Shah had leaned toward the Axis. He was officially neutral, but unofficially he was leaning toward the Axis powers, mainly because the British had fucked Iran so badly throughout the course of history, okay? And you know, there were other factors like the Aryan discourse of Nazi Germany and, you know, Iran's Aryan heritage that was being appropriated by the Nazis and so forth. And so the Soviets came down into northern Iran, but at the end of the war, they were supposed to leave in 1945. Well, they held on to Azerbaijan, not the Republic of Azerbaijan, which so-called Republic of Azerbaijan, which the Tsarists took from Iran in the Russo-Persian Wars in the 1800s. The late 1800s, Iran lost the whole Caucasus. The whole Caucasus was Iran until 200 years ago. And Iran lost that northern part of Azerbaijan. Actually, it's called Aran. The Soviets call, you know, that place is not even called Azerbaijan. You know that? The so-called Republic of Azerbaijan. It's a fake name. It's a fake name.
Another fake country.
Giorgiani's like famous catchphrase when he's talking about not just the Middle East, but primarily the Middle East. He'll say, this is Azerbaijan's a fake country, Georgia's a fake country, Albania's a fake country, fucking Afghanistan's a fake country. And yes, of course. And I also reminds me to set the next super chat call as well. So this one is to prevent the grift break. Can we get up to, I think we had like a 4-show streak where we didn't do a single grift break. Can't remember the last show if we done any. Not sure if we did. But we went on a good streak there. You know what I'm saying? I believe in you guys. So, like we're saying, $10 on the super chats, $2 super chats, or a straight 10 on the Ko-Fi can get her done, chat. Otherwise, we shall be going on the grift break, as they say. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But yeah, Prince of Dogs, let me know which premium clip you would want, sir.
Free.
Absolutely. The reason the Soviets called it that is because they wanted they wanted actual Iranian Azerbaijan. And so they renamed Iran Azerbaijan so that then they could call the rest of Azerbaijan South Azerbaijan and have designs for taking that too, which they did between 1945 and 1946.
What about the Azeris?
So listen, I'm getting into it. So
okay,
they took that area, and the Shah had to come with tanks and tried to get the fucking Soviets out. And he sent his sister on a diplomatic mission to the Soviet Union. Ashraf Pahlavi, very strong woman, crazy, insane, but brilliant tactician. That
speaking about women. Speaking of women,
I think that women should be grateful. They should be grateful. They live in the best society ever, and it's all built on the backs of not them. The air conditioning, which enables them to even exist, everything which allows them to exist in modernity is built by men, and they're the most ungrateful, snot-nosed brats about it that you've ever seen. And there's really no cause for it because they bring nothing to the table, none of them, including the old bags here who bring nothing to the table by their own admission except their and that, to me, is why, and when asked, this is all you get. I bring love and affection. You don't bring to the table. And that's why you can't even answer the damn question, no matter how many times we ask it. And it makes me sick because that is modernity.
The truth is a powerful thing, folks. It can silence even the most powerful lies. Absolute mic drop and a half, and appreciate you, dogs. Thank you very kindly. Thank you very kindly, sir.
Woman. Anyway, I'll maybe come back to her later, because she wrote a very interesting book where she basically said the CIA engineered the overthrow of my brother, and it's America's fault. Anyway, so the Shah had to drive them out. The other thing that happened, though, to go back to my main point, is that simultaneously to their taking our Azerbaijan in the northwest of Iran, they engineered a Kurdish uprising in Mahabad and declared the so-called Mahabad Republic, which was going to become an SSR, Soviet Socialist Republic of Kurdistan.
Yeah,
Okay?
Stalin.
So these people have a history, and it's from that time onward that the armed Kurdish groups all began to take on a very communist, Marxist, Stalinist, character. Okay. And so that's the genealogy of the type of groups which now supposedly both Israel and the United States intend to back to take a part of Iran and fight the IRGC to turn it into an autonomous zone. A couple more details about this. In the early stages of the reporting on this, the White House denied that it was involved. And then it came out that Netanyahu, in phone calls with Trump, had proposed to Trump that he use these Kurds, which Israel had been arming since December. Now, that particular fact really disturbed me, and this has been carried by multiple news stories, repeated by multiple media outlets, that Israel started bringing arms into northern Iraqi Kurdistan with the intent of having these arms transferred to Iranian Kurds inside Iran as far back as December. Well, if you look at the timing of the uprising in Iran and all that, it's a little bit suspicious. Okay? So there's that. And then there's the fact that Israel has had an intelligence and security relationship with these groups going back decades. And I have to, share with your viewers that in the time when I was engaging with multiple representatives of the Mossad, a high-level Mossad operative, once, because I was protesting among my many grievances with Israel at that time in 2017, was that they were backing these separatist groups. Mainly Kurdish separatists, but also Azeri separatists, by the way. So you were asking about the Azeris. right now, another thing that's happening is that the president of Azerbaijan has ordered his military to the border with Iran. So it appears that simultaneous to a Kurdish incursion, we may well see an Azeri incursion that's also backed by Israel, because Israel has a very close
Shout out to
security
Jack for
relationship
the
with
two.
the Republic of Azerbaijan. In any case, this high-level Mossad operative said to me, because I was saying to him, look, you need to, if you want an alliance with Iranian nationalists, where we can build this tremendous security structure in the whole region, with your sphere of influence and our sphere of influence, based
Shout
on
out to Jack
deep
for another
cultural
2.
ties going back 2,500 years, okay? Your partner are Iranian nationalists. And if you want to work with us, you need to stop supporting these riffraff, terrorist, separatist scum. And you don't need them, okay? Because your ally is the majority of people in Iran and the military that's going to be constituted by them. And this guy was telling me, no.
Now again, Giorgiani's basically like he's talking to like Intel or like Mossad agents or Mossad agents, right? So he has a conversation. So it's going to be very interesting to see what way this conversation went. And a shout out to Jack for another 2. I think he's gearing, he's engineering. He's engineering something. You know what I'm saying? Tinkering. You know what I mean?
We have to use the Kurds. We have to use the Kurds. Later you can shoot them. You should use them too. You use them, later you shoot them. I direct quote. Okay? So first of all,
Direct quotes. Now, here's the thing. There's no way in hell that Trump is going to put a single US soldier in Iran. It's not happening. Do you know what I mean? And Israel can't fucking send their boys over nice and easy and all this kind of shit because there's like 2 or 3 different countries. It's like, what is it? Google Maps. Just so we all understand where we're at in terms of this, in terms of logistics. Right? This is the Middle East. Oh, shit. This is the Middle East. Here's Israel on the left-hand side here. And here's Iran, right? In order for the Israelis to put troops on the ground there, they need to go through Jordan, Iraq. Well, technically 2 countries. Well, Syria's kind of there as well as the third. But very, very difficult in order to do so. You know what I mean? And then when you look at America and all this kind of shit, when you look at... I think I need a... Okay, here we go. I think this one might work. No, this is not going to work. Yeah. So if we look at that Iranian map that we're looking at, basically like Kurdistan's kind of like this kind of area here. You know what I mean? Like basically kind of like this wall, like mountainous region, all this kind of shit. And like what Giorgiani's basically trying to point out here is that fundamentally, like you guys are going to be used as a pawn to like have people on our base to be able to put troops on the actual ground and secure key targets, rather than just being able to do air and navy. You know what I mean? Because the air and navy can take out all the assets and all this kind of shit and all the defense mechanisms and all this kind of shit. But like fundamentally, when you're breaking it down like that, like there needs to be some sort of like troops that are going in there. And like at the end of the day, that's why Bibi and Trump have all been saying we need the Iranian people to take this themselves, because we don't have the political capital to spend put troops on ground in there. Do you know what I mean? So they're basically saying that we can use the Kurds as our pawns or as our soldiers, essentially. That's what the whole plan is here, and that's why Imam was saying, like, use the Kurds, you use them, you shoot them after. You know what I mean? But like I said, just going to give you a bit of the logistics of why, etc., etc., etc. If you want, you can play a freebie if you want. I was so busy I missed the end of the last super chat call that was making up for it. Hey, my man. My motherfucking man. Let me hit you one of these. Let me hit you with one of these.
My fucking man!
Predates the arrival of the Aryans in Iran and was its own civilization from the time of the Sumerians and so forth. And that part of Iran is also extensively in the Bible. But in any case, Paras, Madai, Shushan, or Elam are all terms that the Jews historically used to refer to Iran. And you're right, in official communications, of course, Israel uses the term Iran. But I'm talking about Bibi Netanyahu's discourse. And when you hear him mention Iran and the Persians, Iran and Iranians, he often uses the term Persia and Persians. And that discourse has been promulgated by a number of Israeli, not just officials, but also basically analysts, commentators, people connected to intelligence, and people in the social media and journalistic commenting sphere. And I have to look, and not, again, it could be in some cases well-meaning ignorance, where like they're trying to say, well, you know, we want to dissociate your people from the horrible things the Islamic Republic has done and associate you with this great ancient Persian civilization and its glory and so forth, right? But there could be another nefarious agenda. And so here I think, again, Reza Shah may have made a mistake to refer, to ask countries to refer to Iran, Iran as Iran, rather than by the name Persia, because ever since then, 1935, when he did this, okay, a leftist, again, Soviet initially based, but then later also British supported, globalist backed discourse of secessionism and the balkanization of Iran has been engineered, where this false notion is promulgated that Persia refers to exclusively Persian-speaking people. In other words, that the people who speak Persian, Parsi, or in its Arabized form, Farsi, which, by the way, should always be called Persian when speaking English. Again, its endonym is Parsi or Farsi, but its exonym is Persian, the Persian language. So there's been this notion promulgated by these globalist-backed and, you know, leftist secessionists that the Persian heritage belongs only to these Persians, and somehow Persians are lording over all of Iran, and that, you know, somehow Persia is an exclusive heritage of the Persians, and it's some kind of a domineering imperial sort of behemoth lurking over other oppressed ethnic minorities.
The Persian Empire.
Yeah, it's a utterly bizarre notion that has no grounding in the complexity and, you know, actual warp and weft of the tapestry of Iranian history. Again, we had no Persian Empire. There was never a Persian Empire. It's the Achaemenid Empire of Iran, or the Parthian Empire of Iran. And when you look at these structures like the Achaemenid Empire, you see that it was at least as much a Scythian empire and a Median empire as it was, you know, Persian. So the use of Persia to refer to Iran has been co-opted by secessionists who have a balkanizing agenda. And I'm very concerned that what the Israelis may be trying to do, okay, is change the regime in Iran, but have Iran collapse into a rump state of Persia with which they think they can have good relations based on the historical and cultural ties to the children of Cyrus who liberated them and so forth, and Darius who rebuilt their temple for them. And at the same time that they can have an ally in an independent Kurdistan that includes territory carved out of Iran. And my message to the Israelis is that if this is the delusion in your heads, disabuse yourself of it immediately. Because the minute that some autonomous Kurdish territory is carved out of Iran and Kurdish secessionist flags go up in Iranian cities and towns with Israeli backing and Israeli approval and recognition, the worst enemies you will have on this planet will be the Persian people, because they had nothing but the best intentions to be your foremost ally. They were the most pro-Israeli population on the planet, okay? And moreover, they're the people to whom you owe your existence. The entire discourse of a nation of Israel, which was revived in 1946, owes itself to the biblical history post-Babylonian exile that was afforded to the Jewish people by Iran under Cyrus, under Darius, and under Xerxes. Okay, remember, if the Purim story is true, it's Xerxes who had thousands of his own officials rounded up and killed in order to save the lives of the Jews that had been served so well by both Cyrus and Darius, who effectively were history's first Zionists, right? I've spent a long time, years actually, going back to Iranian Leviathan, developing this sophisticated discourse of Iranian Zionism on a philosophical, conceptual level, okay? So it's very, very disturbing to see this unfolding. And I hope we don't, it's too early to tell. I hope that we don't wind up witnessing any part of Western Iran transformed into some autonomous Kurdish territory with the backing of the state of Israel.
Now, if we were to break down what's going on right now, going back to my friend Didier's comment of this wouldn't benefit Israel to have the IRGC, the reason why he mentioned the IRGC specifically was in the context of arming these Kurds. Because the idea here is that if the Kurds start going through the border and claiming this territory, that would be such a great reason for the IRGC to rally some of the fence-sitters right now, who otherwise could have been on board with getting rid of this regime, to actually join up with this regime against what they see as this existential threat on the borders. So if I were an Israeli intelligence guy, which I swear I'm not, but if I was an Israeli intelligence, I would look at that and say, what's going on here? This is ridiculous. Why are we empowering the IRGC when we could empower a future nationalist Iran against people who, even though right now, like the Arab states, are trying to channel their inner Las Vegas, to all the rubes out there. Meanwhile, as we were talking about before in New York City, they're funneling money towards the building of mosques all around the world. So why are these people considered to be our so-called allies in the long term here? This just seems like a really, really stupid idea.
So, Lev, during the entire years-long engagement in which I have attempted to develop a discourse of Iranian Zionism and a framework for a strategic partnership between Iran and Israel. You can go look at my Substack. By the way, now that I've remembered to say anything about my Substack, where you can find a piece on my vision for an Iranian-Israeli partnership. Okay? It's called Partnership, Not Peace. I've turned my entire Substack into basically support for the Iranian people over the past 2 months. Just constant Iranian studies articles about the history and culture and, theological, basically structures of ancient Iranian beliefs and various philosophical systems and, historical figures and so forth. So my Substack support has been decimated on account of this. decimated. Apparently, most of the people who don't give a fuck about Iran and who are my Substack followers have abandoned my Substack. So if you actually care about Iran, please support my Substack, because I've made the decision to take that hit and basically turn my Substack, in addition to everything else, into a platform of support for Iran.
Posted the link in the chat, by the way, for everybody who's paying attention there.
I appreciate that. So you can see in my Substack this piece, partnership, not peace. Okay? In other words, this talk of peace between Iran and Israel, I always found to be ridiculous. We're going to bring Iran into the Abraham Accords and there's going to be peace with it. What the fuck are you talking about? The potential existed there for the closest alliance between any two countries on the planet. And I've outlined that in detail, and I spent years developing the conceptual foundation for it, okay? And in all that time, Lev, this is all to go answer your question. In all that time, Lev, I have had people with deep connections in Israel, high-level connections, tell me, Giorgiani, you don't understand what you're doing. You don't understand these people. Don't listen to Netanyahu with all his speeches he gives to the Iranian, Bibi has been giving speech after speech to the Iranian people, at least since the 12-day war back in June. Actually, I think for months leading up to that. It was even longer. You know, when it began was during the Mahsa Amini uprising, during the Women Life Freedom uprising in 2023. Netanyahu started giving these relatively regular addresses to the Iranian people, which were very heartwarming and beneficent and promising, and won over a lot of Iranian nationalists. I mean, Iranian people were generally pro-Israel to begin with, both for historical, cultural reasons that are obvious, and also because it's the enemy of their enemy. Israel is the enemy of their enemy. But this really enamored a lot of Iranians to Netanyahu. And there were a number of other Israeli officials who did similar things, especially Gila Gamliel, who became a darling of a lot of Iranian people in the opposition and who went out of her way to support Reza Pahlavi very strongly. During a time when she was head of Israeli intelligence, she brought Reza Pahlavi to Israel and toured him around and got him a meeting with Netanyahu and so forth. And she's been campaigning for Reza Pahlavi ever since then. Initially as head of intelligence. Now she's the Minister of Science and Technology. And then Naftali Bennett made a lot of supportive statements, recognizing the greatness of Iran based on its history and basically, paying tremendous respect to the Iranian people, right? And all this while, I had people telling me, don't be deceived by this. These Jews don't trust anybody. They don't want a strong partner. They don't want anyone strong. They want to be surrounded by weak, fragmented countries that they can control. Okay? So they would prefer that Iran be weakened, fragmented, demoralized, and that it remain a backward country and a dysfunctional country, a basket case that is in a state of perpetual destabilization, rather than that Iran becomes a strong partner and ally, on the chance that perhaps for whatever reason someday, that strong Iran, which frankly, if Iran were left to itself, will become a world power again. I mean, look, we're literally talking about the only country in history that established 5 world empires. 5. Italians did it once. Mussolini was kind of chicken shit. He was like, Hitler's junior. So they had 1 Roman Empire. Okay, let's say if you want to count the Byzantines, they had 2, all right? But, during the Italian Renaissance, during the great Renaissance of Italy, Italy didn't even have a country. The Italian Renaissance took place without a central Italian state. So there's no other country on earth which was conquered by the Greeks, invaded by the Romans, conquered by the Arabs, the Turks, the Mongols, and every time it comes back, not just as a country, it comes back as a world-class empire. There's no other country like that. So if left to itself, Iran will become a world power again, and there are other reasons why also, which we could go into later, why geostrategically, geophysically, for a variety of reasons, Iran probably will become a world power in very little time unless there are forces actively working to undermine that. And so these folks would, they tell me that, look, the Israelis don't want that strong Iran because it might be their ally and, they might have a very constructive relationship with it, but what if someday, for whatever reason, that Iran turns on them? And what they tried to convey to me is that for whatever historical and cultural reasons, Jews don't trust anybody. They're constantly afraid of being betrayed and backstabbed. And so they would rather just weaken and manipulate everybody around them. And I refused to believe that. And, for years and years, I've taken the risk of being, the most outspoken person in terms of an Iranian-Israeli partnership. And when I first came out with Iranian Zionism in 2017, man, did I come under assault within the Iranian opposition in particular. Forget the American, anti-Semite garbage people who are still, on my case about it. But even within the Iranian opposition, people were not enthusiastic about now history caught up with me. So, the Iranians eventually came around to being as pro-Israel as I was advocating years ago, and effectively, became Zionists.
But now I think a lot of the people, including some of the people in the chat and some of the people on X, as I've seen, they're seeing you as the prodigal son, returning back into the fold, saying, finally, Jason, you've seen the light about these pesky Jews, and now we could finally move on, with this
I haven't
reality.
seen anything final. I haven't seen anything finally. It will.
And again, this is where we could have cut up that last, what was it, like 30 minutes of interview and made like Giorgiani into like the quote unquote most like base conservative in America or whatever the fuck. Do you know what I mean? Or even like the most base socialist, depending on, because like the left wingers in America are anti-Semites as well. Or like there's a significant population in both wings. You know what I mean? But like all of that, and remember like 30 minutes ago, I don't know, it was probably a bit longer in terms of like stream time, but like 30 minutes ago, I'm saying like Giorgiani's a free thinker, so he's going to be like he's basically going to criticize even something that like he's been defending all along and all this kind of stuff. He's going to say, well, this is the perspective, this is what they could be thinking, this could be a scenario that they're hoping to play out in their heads and all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? That like because of the trauma through history, the Jews are like, listen, the only people we can trust are ourselves. Everyone else is out to get us. Whereas when you understand the history of Cyrus the Great and all this kind of stuff, you understand that, well, no, like the only like one friend that a Jew should have in the world is an Iranian. You know what I mean? So there's, like I said, he's basically trying to give you as big of a picture or as well thought out an answer or reply as possible in terms of the whole in terms of the whole kind of picture here. Like you basically, a core central belief in terms of like what Giorgiani does, he says like you can never take anything for granted. You have to constantly or you have to be at least willing to go back on any single piece of dogma or axiom you might have, or preconceived notions or bias or anything you basically accept to be true at the moment. You have to be willing to go back in that and question whether or not it is true, and whether or not your own arguments for those positions actually stand up to merit. You know what I mean? Which seems like a fucking it's a very difficult thing to do, because like we've kind of exposed, or like we've kind of like been through, like just think of that, like the leftist guy that was on the panel last Saturday. Basically he was like, he had all these kind of like preconceived notions, and one of the core themes was like more wildlife equals good. And I'm like, why is that a good thing? I don't give a fuck if like half the wildlife die out, but I still have my cows, my chickens, my pigs, and all this kind of shit. So as a carnivore, I do care about wildlife, you know? as a human, I do care about the environment to the point that it affects me, or in terms of survivability, all of a sudden starts getting affected. That I can understand. But just saying, wouldn't it be awesome if we had like more wildlife? And at what price are we willing to pay for more wildlife? How much human suffering are we willing? How much human death? Because again, like when they say like, oh, we're just going to do a carbon tax and then like force people to start behaving the way we want to behave them. Well, first of all, that's coercion, and it's like a soft fascism that you're trying to put in place. When you do that shit and your energy prices start increasing, well, then granny and granddad can't afford to heat their homes, and they end up dying in their own home during the winter because it's too cold and they can't afford the heating. So how many of them are you willing to lay off? How many lives are we going to dedicate ourselves to these animals? And at what point did we come to the conclusion that the humans aren't at the top of the food pyramid? You know what I mean? Too much Lion King got these motherfuckers thinking that the lion is the king of the jungle. Nah, motherfucker. Humans are.
Will depend on what happens in Iran. And so we have to say, look, they're saying from all, and by the way, just before we went on air, literally like 5 minutes before we went on air, I saw something from a very high level American deep state actor, which I'm not going to mention his name because I had personal dealings with the guy, basically detailing what the operation is and that they're intending to turn Sanandaj, the city of Sanandaj in Kurdistan province of Iran, into the capital of an autonomous region. So I hope this is wrong. If it's true, it's going to unfold in very short order. So I don't know, by sometime early next week, we're going to see if moves are made in this direction. Meanwhile, you've got the Islamic Republic, both the head of parliament, Ghalibaf, and President Pezeshkian came out and said, we're sending forces to crush these separatists. So we're going to see this unfold in very short order. And I hope that it's not the case that Israel will support some kind of a armed secessionist uprising in Western Iran.
As far as the choices that could possibly be.
And just to give you guys a little bit of a spoiler, again, this was 4 days ago, Benjamin Netanyahu came out and he says,
כי איננו מבקשים לחלק את איראן. אנחנו מבקשים לשחרר את איראן. לשחרר אותה מעול העריצות ולחיות עימה בשלום. כי איננו מבקשים...
Okay, fuck, yeah. Sorry, you just can't read the subtitles because of the screen. It says, to the Iranian people I say, I have been speaking to you and for you for decades. The moment of truth is approaching. Because we do not seek to divide Iran. We seek to liberate Iran. Free it from the yoke of tyranny and live with it in peace. All right? And then again, there will be no separation. There will be no ethnic partitioning of Iran. And the goal is to liberate Iran. So that's basically like what Bibi came out. And when was this? A couple of days ago. So this would have been, I think, 2 days after this interview with... wait, is that Gnostic Informant? That's Neil! So is Trump even on the same page as Netanyahu, or is he just clueless to what's going on? Wasn't he just talking about keeping the same regime in power but going to be more moderate names? No, Trump and Netanyahu have never been on the same page regarding Iran. This is what I'm saying, where it's like Trump says one thing, but then he does the complete opposite. It's like that unpredictability that you have with Trump. So to say that, like, this is what I don't understand, right? I understand that, like, Giuliani's kind of saying it's like, well, like the CIA are basically Nazis, and I don't mean like National Socialist Nazis. I mean like literally from like the German regime, and it's just been passed down, all this kind of shit. There's a whole thing that'll get into in terms of the Collins elite, and Tucker is clearly part of that shit, and like that we'll get into that part in about an hour or so in the thing. But like what I'm trying to point out with Giuliani is that it's like, there's a lot of shit with Trump that it's like there's certain arrangements, certain deals, certain alliances and all this kind of shit where it's like he can't just be like, you know, all beside Netanyahu, at least in terms of a public frame. You know what I mean? But when you look at America's moves that they went after Venezuela. So it was like, we got that oil just in case shit goes wrong in Iran. We'll still have at least some oil. And then the fact that they moved everything over towards the fact that Bibi was already arming these Kurds and all this kind of shit. Like all these moves that come back like year, if not multiple, like this has been planned out for a long time. You know what I mean? America just didn't show up and then all of a sudden says, yeah, you know what, fuck it. Let's actually, like, there's a reason why they were putting all those helicopters, all those planes, all those, the whole armada that we talked about. The reason why they sent all that over there, because this was already a long time in the plan. And like I said, with Rubio's thing, you could see him there. It was like he was playing for the 2028 election. You know what I mean? Like, that was performance of a lifetime. There was that one hiccup. Like I said, he was able to rescue that back. 9 out of 10 for our boy Rubio. You know what I mean? So that's why, like, when you look at what he's saying, he's like, legally, we've given all the clarification we need. We've given all the notices. We've given all the notifications. We've done all this kind of shit. So legally speaking, we haven't done nothing wrong. And also, Congress can't do shit because we don't recognize the powers, the War Powers Act, and neither do the Democrats. Go fuck yourself, Congress. You know what I mean? So it's like that whole part of it is like, that's the reason why I played that part first and we went through it, because that's what's been missing, I think, from Giorgiani's analysis here. Like, I thought, well, it would have been more difficult to do, and because like typically when Giorgiani and Lev are doing their interviews, it's kind of like you're more so just kind of extracting out of Giorgiani rather than kind of like playing a live clip. But I would love to see Giorgiani actually do the same thing I did with the Rubio clip and explain this is what the noble lie is, and here's how it works, and here's how he's getting around it, and here's where he has the bit panic moment, but then he rescues it, etc., etc. To actually be able to explain the noble lie real time and justify it in terms of this is a necessity. Otherwise, Congress just would have blocked it, and none of this shit would have been going on in Iran.
Yeah.
And again, anybody who's for like America first or even America only, this is clearly going to benefit you vastly. If Trump is able to pull this off, mark my words, Trump will solve the national debt. He will wipe out the national debt.
Made here with Iran. If, let's say, the Kurds end up taking a certain amount of territory for a little while, would they be able to be pushed back? Like, could this, for instance, be one of these operations where the Kurds are used to draw out some of the IRGC people, and then they have
Let me explain to you. Okay?
Sure.
I studied these groups. You know, I was part of the highest level secret think tank in the Iranian opposition, which, you know, I can't get into even a great amount of detail. We had a think tank that was the brain of an umbrella organization that unified basically all Iranian nationalists across the spectrum, from the most hardcore monarchists to the most hardcore Republicans, which, by the way, that alliance doesn't exist anymore. Okay. After I left that think tank, shortly thereafter, the whole thing disintegrated. And these groups now hate each other. We're talking about the supporters of Mohammad Mossadegh, people who want an Iranian republic, and, you know, monarchists of various types, from the more liberal democratic constitutional monarchist types to the more nationalistic pan-Iranist, you know, hardcore monarchist type. We had unified all these people. And, you know, I was part of a think tank that was at the center of that, at a high level secret think tank. And we studied these things. You know, we've studied the Kurds extensively. We understand the various groups and the scenarios. And I can guarantee you that if the Kurds, okay, so suppose the plan is this, that Israel and America, Mossad and CIA, want these Kurds to go temporarily hold some territory in Western Iran, draw out the Sepah, the IRGC, so that then some uprising can take place in the major cities of Iran. There are a number of problems here. Number one, the Kurds will not give up the land. By the Kurds, I don't mean the majority of poor Kurds living in Iran. I mean the armed, communist, leftist, terrorist separatists who have the weapons, and the corrupt political leaders who are all co-opted by foreign interests. They will not give up that territory. especially because the Kurds have been betrayed so many times. Foreign powers, especially the United States, keeps agitating Kurds to have this uprising or engage in that military operation all the way back. Remember, in 1991, during the first war with Saddam, Bush told the Kurds to engage in an uprising and then, backed out on them and they were slaughtered. Okay, and this keeps happening to them. It happened to them with ISIS in Syria. It keeps happening to them. So the Kurds are not going to have that happen to them again. Either they've been given firm assurances that they're going to get to hold this territory and have an actual autonomous Kurdistan from out of Iran, or they're going to take it themselves or try to, because they've already sacrificed enough and been betrayed, enough times.
Or they don't do it, unless you think that that's off the table.
And we'll know by Monday or Tuesday. Okay.
Yeah.
So I literally I'm getting reports that they're starting
And basically that Monday report is what I showed you with Bibi making the speech, saying that we're not looking to divide Iran. We want to liberate Iran.
The troop movements are taking place. All right. There's the caravans going to the Iranian border in Iraqi Kurdistan. Of course, the Iraqi Kurdistan administration is denying the whole thing because the minute they admit it, they're going to come under missile strikes from the Islamic Republic. The other reason that this plan is a disaster is because you don't draw the IRGC to defend a piece of Iranian territory, expecting that Iranians are going to rise up in the cities against the Islamic Republic. The way to make sure Iranians will not rise up against the Islamic Republic is to threaten the territorial integrity of Iran. So that if Reza Pahlavi comes out, we've been expecting for many weeks, Reza Pahlavi's been saying in all these formal speeches that he's giving, by the way, one of the clearest indications that this is the plan that they've set in motion, namely, balkanization of Iran, is that Reza Pahlavi came out 2-3 days ago and made this formal speech against secessionism and called on all the people in Western Iran to remain faithful to Iran and to their place as part of Iran's history and civilization. And that means that he's gotten the memo and he's not happy. Okay? So we've been expecting for many weeks that, and Reza Pahlavi's clearly stated that at some time, at a certain juncture, he will come out and ask for people to take to the streets again. He will give a speech, Farah Khan, a basically request for them to carry out mass demonstrations by the millions and take the streets of Iran, right? If the territorial integrity of Iran is threatened, if Iranians see the Kurdish bullshit secessionist flag go up in Sanandaj, and Reza Pahlavi calls on people to come protest in the streets, they won't come. They won't come. Because Iranians are extremely nationalistic, particularly this revolution of the Lion and Sun is extremely nationalistic, and Iran has just simply lost too much territory over too many years. 300 years ago, forget the Achaemenids and the Parthians and Sassanids. Just 300 years ago. I know for Americans that seems like a long time. For Iran, it's not. All right? 300 years ago, around about the time the United States was, 250 years ago, when the United States was being founded, let's put it that way, 1776, Iran was twice the size it is today. Twice the size it is today. In just the last 150 years, Iran has lost 1/3 of its territory, mostly to Russia and also to British colonial machinations in the Caucasus, in Central Asia, in what became Afghanistan, another bullshit country. So Iran is not willing to lose another inch, not another inch. And the Zagros Mountains in particular are very important to Iran for a number of reasons. So, no. Okay? It's a disaster. This is the last thing you should do. If your end goal is to get Iranians in the center of Iran, in Iran's main cities, to rise up against the regime.
Now, you mentioned what if when it comes to the mindset of some of these Jewish people in Israel, like Netanyahu or whoever else is in charge. Well, then I would also ask the question, what if when it comes to the Muslims, when it comes to these oil-rich sheiks when it comes to this global South, Nick Fuentes, Andrew Tate type influence that's going on in the West as a whole. I mean, if you're making these calculations when you've convened the council of these, learned elders of Zion, then surely you're thinking about that and not just thinking about, well, a nationalistic Iran may be a little bit, too unpredictable. Surely what I just mentioned right now with Islam and all that stuff is a way bigger existential threat to the Jews and Israel.
Okay, here's what I'm being told. That Israel, do you know that 12 countries in the Middle East have been evacuated of Americans at this point? Of course, Iran was evacuated by all foreign governments. All foreign governments told their citizens to leave Iran before this started. But America has now asked for Americans to leave the whole freaking Middle East, up to Egypt and including Egypt. So what I'm being told is that Israel wants the Islamic Republic to hit all these Arab countries and hit them hard. They want the war to last for long enough that Dubai is devastated, Saudi is hit, all these countries that signed the Abraham Accords suffer massive damage from the Islamic Republic on its way out, so that they can all be weakened around Israel. This is what I'm hearing. I don't know if this is true. I don't know if this is true or not. It is happening. Dubai is not going to be what it was after this war, because, Dubai's success depended on the sense of security that it projected for investment and for foreigners to come live there. And now freaking hotels are going up in flames. The Burj Khalifa almost went down. An Iranian drone skimmed the side of the building. Okay, so if Israel, wants to weaken, and Qatar, by the way, Qatar is coming under massive attack from the Islamic Republic. So the Israelis may be thinking, kill two birds with one stone, and I hope that's not the case.
It seems really, really stupid to me. It seems like something where they wouldn't really be considering the fallout of a Middle East where, Iran's going to be able to.
To that plan, I say.
This is diseased brain thinking.
Chi bono, Giorgiani. How is Israel going to benefit from that? How much damage is Israel going to be willing to take for that plan to come to fruition? That we're going to try stall this war as long as possible to then make every single country and state around us weaker. Because if this shit gets to, 30 days, 60 days, or 90 days, or something like that, within 3 months, America has to back off. Within 3 months. So, the stuff that's being fed to Giorgiani, I think, is that this whole kind of what would be the best way to describe it? The whole kind of the anti-Zionist crowd. You know what I mean? Which again, we got to be able to take criticism on and be able to have this perspective that Giorgiani's taking, where it's well, if we put this onto the table, here's what the thing looks like. You know what I mean? Like I said, we don't have Giorgiani didn't have the benefit that we have, where we can just pull up the clip of Bibi saying, "Yeah, no, we're not. We've no intention to divide up Iran. We want Iran as an ally." But it goes to show that Giorgiani's more than willing to entertain the counter narrative or whatever. You know what I mean? But my main question is how much damage you think Israel's willing to take? Do you know what I mean? Because the Iron Dome isn't an infinite. They don't have infinite amount of rockets to keep protecting. And as Rubio was saying in the clip I showed, he's starting out kind of saying listen, in terms of the cost, they can make more of these cheap drones than we can make what's the word? Then we can make intercepting missiles. You know what I mean? They can make it quicker and they can make it cheaper. Then we can actually make the thing to intercept it and to take it out of the skies. So in terms of longevity and all this kind of shit, Iran has the edge there. So Israel wants us to be kind of one and done. Let's get in and out. You know what I mean? Even to the point where it would explain why they'd be willing to go for the Kurds, because we send the Kurds in and hopefully the Iranians will see their fellow Iranian people standing up and all this kind of shit. And so like there is a way to explain it, but I'm not sure like where Giorgiani is in terms of this, because again, there could be people filling his head with all sorts of propaganda or whatever the fuck that's trying to sway him away from this perspective or whatever. Like I said, in terms of the way I see it, like that's one thing that again confirmed by Bibi when he's saying he doesn't want to divide up Iran, and even just from a tactician or like a war room perspective, like you're gambling so much on that strategy, if that is the strategy, rather than we have the history with these people, like let's go and get this shit done. You know what I mean?
Shoot rockets into these countries, but later on, you know, the people are still going to be around, and not only are they going to be around, but these sheiks.
I was told. I refuse to believe this, frankly. I mean, I literally have refused to believe this consistently. But what I was
yeah, he kind of backs up there, kind of saying like he's basically saying this is the counter narrative or the counter perspective that he's entertaining, but he doesn't believe it. And this is why I'm kind of saying like Giorgiani, I think, is playing his cards close to his chest, because loose lips sink ships. You know what I mean? So he's in a tough position, to be fair to Giorgiani.
told is Israelis have no capacity for long-term planning. This is what I was told, is that they're basically, they have a gangster way of operating where they are ruthless, they're very efficient, they're tactically very smart, but as part of a dynamic, evolving situation, and they have no long-term strategizing, none. In other words, like they're the diametric opposite of the Chinese. Chinese think in terms of like 50-year plans. They're like, you know, they're the great enemy, okay? But you know, you got to give your enemy, understand your enemy. They think in very long-term plans, the Chinese, and they're very patient. And so I've been told that Israelis are the opposite, and they've got no capacity for basically unfolding a longer-term vision.
I don't know. I hope that's definitely not the case. When I look, for example, at the rallies that have recently been going on with the Iranians and with the Israelis, like with the Jews, you know, standing, you know, arm to arm, if you were to poll these people, I really doubt that they would prefer the kind of Middle East where Iran would be severely weakened. And now you have all of these Arabs that are extremely angry at Israel, including the United States.
I tend to agree with you. And you know, that's one of the reasons why I've been so supportive of Israel, is that the ordinary Israelis and, you know, diaspora Jews, American Jews, and whoever you talk to, you know, are generally supportive of a strong Iran as an ally of Israel. And that makes the situation particularly tragic, because those people are going to suffer horribly if the government of Israel betrays the Iranian people. They will suffer. Ordinary Jews the world over will suffer horribly. So,
and like I said, I think like the perspective of, like, imagine if it's not a thing where the Kurdistan is going to rise up and become its own state, but it's more so a thing of like the Kurds coming in and saying, fuck this, we want Iran to be free. If that is the mentality behind Israel here, then like I said, like the Iranians seeing like the Kurds join the fight and all this kind of shit could be a galvanizing force, which then, you know what I mean? Because like Giorgiani was explaining, like the Israelis were feeding the Kurds weapons since all the way back since December. Like I explained, it makes sense because they're able to, they don't even have to technically go into Iran to get the guns to the Kurds. They can just give the guns to the Kurds in Iraq, and then let those Kurds transport the guns over to the Kurds in Iraq or in Iran. You know what I mean? So I think like looking at it from the perspective where Israel just want to put soldiers on the ground and America just want to put soldiers on the ground, but that they have these mercenaries in Kurdistan, you know what I'm saying? Like that's the kind of perspective that I'm looking at it. But to be fair to Giorgiani, he's kind of saying, listen, you guys think that I'm a Zionist shill and all this kind of stuff, or I'm just a grifter. Here's the counter narrative. This could possibly be true. But like I said, he doesn't believe it because when you look at the nuance to it, it makes no sense. I mean, it's like the same way when they when any of the Spurs come in, they say, "Oh, Israel controls America." Okay, then why 8 months ago did America call ceasefire? Because now, like, they can't backtrack and do all this kind of shit and say, "Oh no, that didn't happen," or "This shouldn't have happened," or whatever. Because we know exactly what happened. Like, Israel took out Khamenei, was it a couple of weeks ago, when realistically they should have taken him out 8 months ago. It's clear what the Israelis wanted to do. So why the fuck was there an 8-month ceasefire? Because it's actually America that's calling the shots.
I hope that Israel doesn't do this to the Jewish population of the world. I really hope.
I hope so too. And in terms of what you were talking about before with the intelligence guy that you know, where he was talking about these Kurds, and obviously, you know, if this person is somebody who is connected to intel, again, I don't know who this person is, but if what he's saying is
we use the Kurds and then you shoot them.
Yeah, exactly. Like that
Very
is a
high level. Very high level.
That is a very horrible thing to say. But if we are going with that idea purely as one of these Machiavellian schemes, as it were, would that technically work out as far as the Kurds get into Iran, they don't want to leave, and then there is a force of Iranians after the fact that helps drive at least the leftist militant ones out of Iran?
Unfortunately, it won't only be the leftist militant ones. A genocide will take place. And yes, certainly it will happen. Certainly it will happen. If Iranian Kurdistan secedes or becomes part of it becomes autonomous, or it becomes part of some larger autonomous Kurdistan in 2026 or 2027, 100% I guarantee you that by 2035, that place will be decimated. It will be part of Iranian territory again. More of Kurdistan may be part of Iranian territory than just that. And those poor people will be decimated. 100%, I guarantee you. So the people who are designing this, they don't understand the Iranian people. They don't understand Iran's history. They don't understand the Iranian mentality. Yeah. So, an autonomous Kurdistan, it could last in Iran, maybe like the 5 years that it also lasted in Syria while Bashar Assad was, beleaguered and assaulted from every direction, and the Kurds had relative autonomy in Syria. But it will not last as a nation. No fucking way. And moreover, it would be the worst thing the Kurds could possibly do to themselves. Because actually, if we have a strong, cohesive, nationalist Iran, we would support the Kurds to become independent in Iraq and Syria and Turkey. 100%. I have no problem with an independent nation of Kurdistan outside the borders of Iran. Okay? No problem. Mm-hmm. It'll be like it will have a defense agreement and various, maybe a Schengen visa situation. Who knows? We would have an interesting arrangement with them, both economically and militarily, and I'm sure Israel could as well. But
do you not think, sorry to cut you off, but do you not think that Turkey would then go after Iran?
We're going to go to war with Turkey anyway. A war between Iran and Turkey, and
make no mistake, they got to go with Turkey. All right, we got to pull up the Google Maps again. Wait, can I show this as well? Perfect. Right. So, as we can see, like, this is the beautiful nation of Ireland. Beautiful soul, as they say. But yeah, let's get into this, right? This is modern day Iran. Notice like Turkey is over here as well. So we could just show that. One sec. Let me. There's no real good way of doing this. Google Maps is shit for showing, like, I wish you could just highlight the areas or whatever. If you look like Iraq, if you look at like Iran here, right? See the way that the text doesn't make it bigger? It's so retarded. Anyway, this thing here is Iran. Then you got Iraq, Syria, Turkey, and then as Georgiani was saying, like you have Azerbaijan, Armenia, Georgia. All this was taken by the Russians. That's what we're saying, northern Iran. All this was Iran, and then that was like lost as well. But when you look at the Turkey and all this kind of shit, this is what Iran used to be. I can't even. Oh my god, the positioning is dog shit. But hey, it is what it is. Well, also just to shout out that we need the super chats. If we don't get the super chats, we have how long left? We got just under 20 minutes chats. Otherwise, we'll go on a forced script break. Okay. But this is what like the Middle East used to look like. This was like when we look at the when he's talking about the Achaemenid, or like you even have like here, like with the Scythians and the Caucasus and all this kind of shit. Fundamentally, this is what Iran looked like. All right. So even if you notice, like in terms of like the Israel thing and all this kind of shit, right? Then Euphrates being like the key river essentially. If you just kind of tie it back into the Google Maps, like essentially, like that's what Iran would become. Like this river Euphrates here, this little border here, and then like basically the bottom half of Iraq, the bottom half of Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, Israel, and a bit of Egypt all becomes the Greater Israel Project, and then the rest of the northern areas, so like all the way from like Turkey over here, all the way to Iran. We talk about Afghanistan, Turkmenistan in a bit, but like all this area basically just comes back into the empire, as they say. Which to me, like I said, you actually have stability in the Middle East. Then you no longer need America over in the Middle East. You know. But anyways,
but this is another factor, by the way. This is important. It's a good thing you brought this up. A war between Iran and Turkey is inevitable, and a war between Israel and Turkey is inevitable. Because this motherfucker, Erdogan, is a caliph. He wants to build a new caliphate. This guy is 100% committed to a neo-Ottoman caliphate.
And weird. What's this Georgian guy all of a sudden into becoming a caliph?
Huh?
He's from Georgia originally, Erdogan.
He must have been the stupidest Turk from Georgia. I don't know.
It's very strange. It's very weird.
But you know what? Actually, no, it makes a lot of sense, Lev, when you think about it.
Really?
Yes, because people who are from a diaspora of a country that they imagine had some greatness at some time, and they're not like from inside that country, but they're near to the country, they want the country to expand to include them. Case in point, Adolf Hitler.
Mm-hmm.
Hitler was from Austria. Okay. And from the time he was an Austrian painter, he wanted Germany to include Austria. Okay. So it's that kind of, and you know, and Joseph Stalin was from Georgia too. He wasn't from Russia. He was a Georgian. So it's interesting, that kind of psychological dynamic. In any case, he's committed to a neo-Ottoman project, and that's an existential threat to both Iran and Israel. And just the way that Turkey wants to become the leader of the Islamic world and basically the standard bearer of jihad, albeit in a much more gentlemanly manner than ISIS or the Taliban or whatever. But, you know, he has literally threatened the German government that if they don't go along with his policies, Erdogan has. I mean, this is why Turkey is still in NATO, which is fucking preposterous that Turkey should still be a part of NATO. But the reason is because Erdogan keeps threatening Germany, which is a major NATO component, that if you kick us out of NATO, I'm going to mobilize the millions of Turks in Germany against the German government. Okay? So he's already got a fucking fifth column in Germany. So this guy wants to be the standard bearer of jihad. Well, Iran is going to be the most vehemently anti-Islamic country on the face of the earth. It already is. They burned 250 mosques down during this revolution. Okay? The Iranian people, the latest polls that we have, it's very hard to get this data out of Iran, but the latest polls we have show that only 30% of Iranians still consider themselves Muslim. majority of the country has left Islam, and mostly for some kind of a vaguely defined Neo-Zoroastrian, Mithraic spirituality that's vehemently anti-Islamic. Okay, so Iran and Turkey are on a collision course. Israel is also on a collision course with Turkey, and you can see that. And by the way, Naftali Bennett gave a speech not that long ago, maybe, I don't know, a couple weeks ago, something like that. I reposted it on X, where Naftali Bennett, former Prime Minister of Israel, came out and said that the next Islamic Republic of Iran is Turkey. Our next enemy, like what the Islamic Republic was, is Turkey. And so they know that, Erdogan is committed to kind of genocidal anti-Semitism and wants to basically turn Israel into Palestine.
And another thing of like why the Israelis don't want to weaken Iran is that if the next enemy is Turkey, you know what I mean? Like, would you not rather have like stronger allies than weaker allies? You know what I mean? So, like I said, just like more and more kind of like nuance just like points towards that, like this whole Israel controls the world bollocks don't make no sense. And also we got Dogs coming in with the final two, says, "Night fellas, work in the morning, bedtime, God bless." Thank you kindly, sir, and thank you for all the donations. We had, where is it? We started with the $2. Then we went with the $17. Then we went with another $2. Then we went with another $2. You know what I'm saying? And on the Ko-Fi as well, we had $7 plus another $10. Amazing. Amazing. Thank you very kindly, sir. Appreciate you.
So they're on a collision course. So point being, if these fucking strategists had any proper understanding of history and the actual cultural potentialities of the region, they would know that the best way to go about carving up Turkey, which frankly I'm perfectly committed to doing,
I like the pun, by the way, carving up Turkey.
Carve up the Turkey, is to form an Iranian-Israeli alliance and build Kurdistan, but outside the borders of Iran, in Iraq, Syria, and Turkey. And that Kurdistan will be an ally of both Iran. I mean, it's literally a genetic, ethnic, cultural brother of Iran, okay? It will be an ally of Iran and an ally of Israel. And that would be a great triangle to form in the region between Iran, Kurdistan, and Israel. Okay, but you try to take a piece out of Iran and call it Kurdistan as a nation, it's all going to go south very fast.
Well, I mean, your vision is something that I think everybody would be able to give thanks to, as opposed to the kind.
Give thanks to Thanksgiving, turkey, carving up the turkey. I see what you're doing, Lev. I see what you're doing.
The vision that may come into being. But if we were to take the point of view of, again, being like super Machiavellian about it, Jason, pretend that you're not in any way associated with Iran. You take a look at Iran and Kurdistan, where Kurdistan has a part of Iran inside of it, and then you take a look at Turkey. In terms of a geopolitical future here, one thing that some people were talking about with me was, well, what if Iran becomes this mighty power, albeit without that particular part of it? And 100%, I understand what you were talking about before. Not one more mile. I completely understand that. But if we were assuming that, sure.
Number one, two of the most important archaeological sites in Iran are in Kurdistan. The Behestun or Bisutun inscription, which ironically is a carving of Darius the Great putting down the leaders of a secessionist attempt in the Achaemenid period. Huge relief carved on the side of a mountain. It used to be called Bagastana, the place of the gods, and it was shortened to Behestun later on. So UNESCO World Heritage Site, where Darius has all these inscriptions carved around this main relief image of himself basically chaining and putting down all the secessionist leaders. And the other is Taghabustan, which is a Sassanid site where you have one of the most important depictions of Mithra, archaeological, images of Mithra in all of Iran, presiding over the coronation of Ardashir II, a Sassanid emperor. And you have Anahita and various Zoroastrian angelology symbolism. It's again a rock-hewn site, huge on the side of a lake. These are like absolutely non-negotiable, integral elements of Iran's cultural history, which will be physically threatened if Kurds take that area, the way that the Bamiyan Buddhas were ultimately destroyed in Afghanistan.
Mm-hmm.
So number one, we cannot allow it to happen for that reason. Number two, and by the way, I said this on X, and some Iranians who somehow bizarrely don't understand their own geography were telling me, Taghabustan is not in Kurdistan. No. It's not in Kurdistan province, but it's in the Kurdish region of Iran. These people want to take 4 different provinces of Iran where there's a Kurdish majority. Anyway, so we cannot allow that to happen, number one. Number two, the attempt at Kurdish secessionism will, in a domino effect, lead to the secession of other parts of Iran.
Mm.
The second one will be the Azeris, and it may happen simultaneously. You can see already the president of Azerbaijan has sent his military to the border to prepare to invade Iranian Azerbaijan.
Oh, wait, why did the IRGC start firing rockets into Azerbaijan?
To tell you the truth, I think it's a false flag. There were drones and they hit the airport, and I think it's a false flag because unfortunately the Islamic Republic isn't completely stupid, and this makes no sense at all. It makes no sense at all for them to have done that, and those drones were fired from a position very narrowly into the Iranian side of the border. So I think it was a special operation where some commandos, I don't know whether they were Azeris from the other side or whether they were Israelis, but somebody carried out a false flag over there, and in order to justify an Azeri invasion of northwestern Iran. So it will be a domino effect. And the next one you're going to see after the Azeris are the Baluch. The Baluch in southeastern Iran on the coast of the Gulf of Oman. As you come up to the Strait of Hormuz that goes into the Persian Gulf, there's the Gulf of Oman, where Oman is on one side. The other side, and that incredibly important waterway, right, where so much oil and resources, food resources passes back and forth. There's a huge Iranian port called Chah Bahar, which is both an important mercantile port and also a huge military base, Iranian naval base. Chah Bahar was built by the Shah. And that's in Baluchistan province, where you have this group of, again, ethnic Iranians, the Baluch, half of whom are inside Pakistan's contemporary borders, are a group of ethnic Iranian people who speak an Iranian language. And these, by the way, the Baluchi language is the closest, Baluch and Pashto, which is southern Afghanistan, are the 2 closest contemporary Iranian languages to the Avestan language in which the Gathas of Zarathustra were composed. They're closer than Persian is. So anyway, the Baluch are going to be the next ones, and they're fucking Salafists. Their separatists are Salafist Sunni Muslim lunatics, like Daesh, Taliban style people, and constantly carrying out terrorist attacks in Zahedan and certain, Islamic Republic has lost a lot of security forces over there. And so if they come to power, they're going to establish some Taliban-style shit over there. And one of the things that particularly concerns me in that regard is that India had some kind of strategic agreement with the Islamic Republic involving the management of the Chah Bahar port. And guess what happened right before the war started? Narendra Modi went to Israel and had a very chummy meeting with Bibi. Very, very chummy. You see the pictures of the hugging.
Yeah.
Okay. I really have to wonder if the Israelis made an agreement with India saying you know what? Don't worry. You're not going to lose. In fact, you're going to get more influence in the Chabahar port because we're going to turn this into Baluchistan. And you're going to be able to have a footing on the other side of Pakistan for eventually causing the secession of the Pakistani side of Baluchistan in a future India-Pakistan war, which would tremendously increase the naval and mercantile shipping power of India to control that port, and also the ones on the Pakistani side of Baluchistan. So, point being, Lev, it will be a domino situation. First, it'll be Kurdistan, then it'll be the Azeris, then it'll be Baluchistan, and, one of the worst of all is the Ahwazi Arabs, the Arabs in the Khuzestan province of Iran, where 90% of Iran's, well, let's say at least 80% of Iran's oil resources are located. And already these Arab terrorists are putting out videos saying, we're ready. We're ready. When the Kurds rise, they already put out videos saying, when the Kurds rise up, we're going to rise up and we're ready. And, we're going to have our own Al-Ahwaz, Jumhuriyah Al-Ahwaz on the Arabian Gulf.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why would the Israelis want this bullshit? I mean, I know that, I'm not in the
divide and conquer.
Committee.
Divide and conquer.
For how long? It's not going to last.
No long-term plan. No long-term plan. This is what I've been told. Again, I refuse to believe this. I consistently refuse to believe this. But Lev, we're.
And again, he doesn't believe this, but he's giving the opposite perspective or the counter narrative to you. You know what I mean? And this is why it's, like I said, love him or hate him, Giorgiani is worth listening to.
We're gonna find out.
Oh, so chat, you only got 3 minutes left. Otherwise, we will go on a grift break. So just to let you know, the power is in your hands, chat. You get ultimate say whether or not we go on a grift break.
In very short order.
Now, before we get to more of the... Well, yeah, exactly. Well, before we get to the Nordics that I also want to talk about in brief before the Super Chats, I have one more question for you regarding this, which has to do with the Pahlavi solution.
Yeah.
When we're talking about, I wouldn't even say an alternative plan because, again, things are still in motion right now. But one of the concerns that people have had regarding Pahlavi, when they see these Kurds that are so well armed, they've been fighting all this time, and Pahlavi, he's not in Iran, and what are the people going to do? What are you going to smuggle weapons to the Iranian people who have never fired any of these weapons before? So you see how much weight is being put right now on the situation. What would be the strategy to go for if you were speaking right now to the intelligence?
Okay.
Yeah.
And I laid this out days before the war. Iran has a, what do you call it? A military where, a non-volunteer military with mandatory service. So all Iranians between certain age range have to carry out military service, okay? Conscript military. So this means the Iranian military, now I'm not talking about the IRGC. I'm talking about the Artesh, the Army and Navy and Air Force. Navy, unfortunately, is currently being decimated. But the various branches of the Iranian national military. It's a conscript force consisting of ordinary Iranians. It may be that the majors and the generals of the military, and not it may be, it's clearly the case, that the upper level officers in the various branches of the military are beholden to this regime. Because if that weren't the case, they would have already had a coup. Although it's worth noting that I think shortly before the war started, there was a high-level IRGC guy who came out and admitted that during the Lion and Sun Revolution, as people were being massacred, they dealt with massive attempted defections. They were calling people, saying, we know what you're about to do. Don't do this. You have a family. Think about what's going to happen to your family. In other cases, they actually they didn't just call people on the phone. They brought them in and they interrogated them and convinced them not to defect, okay? Large number of people that they had to work on.
Yeah.
So it means that there was dissension, and this was in high-ranking people, okay? Now, be that as it may, let's assume the majors and the generals are beholden to this regime. Still, from the colonel and below level, it's a conscript military that consists of ordinary Iranians. What they've been consistently saying is that they're terrified of the IRGC, which has superior weaponry and is ruthless and rabidly ideological. So you have to decimate the IRGC, and then there will be a military coup. And these people are trained to use weapons. They're the Iranian military. We're talking about a couple 100,000 people, at least 150,000, who know how to use weapons, have access to weapons depots, and will come out and secure the streets of Iran in order to protect millions of Iranians who are expressing their will for Reza Pahlavi to lead a transition to parliamentary democracy. Okay, a transitional government that leads to a national referendum, which within 6 months, a year, 2 years at most, will determine by popular vote the specific form that Iran's government takes and what kind of constitution is going to be drafted. All right, so that's the answer, is that the conscript military would defect to the side of the people and open up the armories and use weapons themselves. You don't have to necessarily give weapons to untrained people. These soldiers will use weapons to defend Iranians once the IRGC is decimated, and they don't have to worry about the kind of reprisals that we saw, for example, in Turkey. Remember during Obama, when the Turkish, Kemalist, the Kemalist secularist Turkish military revolted against Erdogan and actually drove him out of Turkey. He was on his way in a plane to Germany.
Yeah.
And
wasn't that also the Gulenists?
Yes.
Welcome in,
It was a
Pachun.
combination of Kemalists and Gulenists together. In any case, they were slaughtered, the military that revolted. So they don't want this to happen to them. And it's better if it doesn't happen to them because we need them to protect the borders of Iran. So look, that's the solution. That's Reza Pahlavi's military. It's the military of the Iranian people. The key would have been to decimate the IRGC across the entire country, not galvanize them to go put down a secessionist attempt.
Now, there are still bombs being dropped in Tehran, so that part of the operation is still ongoing, from what I'm understanding.
Well, remember, Lev, that again, this fucking, Rubio, Hegseth have all made it clear that their goal is not regime change. They're going after the nuclear sites. They're going after the missile sites. They're going after decimating Iran's military power and its capacity to back proxies. The missile sites alone are massive targets, underground, inside mountains. Okay, they're called missile cities that have been, Iran is 70% mountains. Okay, these vast underground facilities full of missiles and with tunnels that can carry missiles out onto launchers. These are huge target footprints across the country that need to be hit. So yeah, that's going to take a long time. And that's the main objective of the United States, clearly stated. And they anticipated initially going into it that it would take a month or more. Now I'm hearing crazy things about how long it's going to take, which make me even more concerned. Because there's no reason why a regime change operation should take that long, unless there are other plans for Iran.
When it comes to the mentality of some of these Trump administration people.
And just to show you back from the first clip we showed at the start of it, I highly recommend anybody who just joined, go back in the stream and watch this afterwards, because like I said, I break down basically what Marco Rubio is doing, which is noble lie in action. When Giorgiani says that it's clear that Rubio doesn't want regime change, remember when I said, Rubio almost bit on the bait?
Well, we would love to see this regime be replaced. And ultimately, as the president has said, he calls... No, but let me finish my answer.
See what I'm saying? And like, you see the way he has to look off in the distance, he's like, oh fuck, I've just made a mistake. I wasn't supposed to say that. So Marco Rubio does want regime change.
people maybe like Hegseth, who has the Christian tattoos on him, or Anna Paulina Luna, or any of these people, there was also talk about Christianity and end times prophecy and all of that. And also we have the end times prophecy of the Shiites as well, with the return of the Mahdi. So what exactly, to tie this into, the Nordic question here, what exactly do you see happening with these end times prophecies, and any predictions there as far as whether that's going to create an opening, much like the, hopefully not, but much like the Kurds may be using this opening right now to go into Iran, the various powers and principalities may use the opening of this religious superstition and end times prophecies to come in.
One of the most disturbing things that I saw during the course of this war, which again, what we're day 6 or so of, only 1 weekend. Yeah, just about one weekend. Is the insane religious evangelical discourse justifying this as a crusade coming from out of even Uncle Lindsey Graham, as the Iranians like to call him, dear Uncle Lindsey, right? Who's been a great advocate for Reza Pahlavi, is himself a religious lunatic. Sorry, but I'll tell it like it is. He's a religious lunatic.
Yeah. Isn't he gay too, though?
Yeah. It only increases the neurosis. Okay? He thinks he's going to do something good for God in the Middle East so that maybe he'll be forgiven. Never mind. Let me just stop myself. No, Uncle Lindsey, thank you. Thank you for your support. Thank you for supporting Reza Pahlavi. Look, the fact of the matter, and by the way, this is another thing that the fucking Israelis should get through their heads. That the only demographic that still supports them in America are a bunch of evangelical religious lunatics. This is who you want as an ally, securing the future of the state of Israel? Are you fucking kidding me? You've lost the rest of the American population, left, right, center.
Yeah. And what's the age of most of those people anyway? Aren't they all a bunch of boomers?
They're all rotting. They're rotting already. Okay? They're on formaldehyde. So, look, it's extremely concerning. And I think that there's a deeper agenda here. Insofar as there's a group within the United States we've talked about a lot called the Collins Elite. And they're basically a sort of interagency association of people from the CIA, the Air Force, the Navy, Defense Intelligence, who believe that aliens are demons. They think the UFO phenomenon is demonic, and anything about it that's not demonic must be angels, okay, who are going to come back with Jesus Christ and, save the elect. So these people, the Collins Elite, have been one faction that have kept the UFOs secret for all these decades in the United States, because they believe that if there's full disclosure, that disclosure means the apocalypse, which, interestingly, the word disclosure literally does mean apocalypse. The word apocalypsis means disclosure in Greek, oddly enough. So they think that disclosure will mean that, first of all, the Antichrist rises in the world as part of a great deception involving UFOs, and then Jesus Christ and the angels are going to come back. There's going to be the Battle of Armageddon and so on and so forth. So that's one of the reasons why they've been keeping this secret all these years. And therefore, with the imminence of UFO disclosure, where Donald Trump has now officially directed Hegseth to gather together all the UFO files for a potential Epstein-style disclosure, the Collins Elite is incredibly nervous. And there's a war right now behind the scenes in the Pentagon and the intelligence community, where there have been multiple news stories about this. You can go look them up, where these Collins Elite, they don't name them the Collins Elite, but you can see religiously motivated people in the Pentagon who believe aliens are demons, worried about Trump's disclosure, okay? And a lot of people around Trump, like Anna Paulina Luna, Tim Burchett, and so forth, are already believers in this and have been promulgating this viewpoint on various media platforms. Tucker Carlson himself is one of these, one promulgator of this discourse who claims that he himself was assaulted by some demon in the middle of the night, right?
Now, again, this is another one where I say to Johnny, it's like, yeah, but you're saying that, started this by saying Israel's only ally are the crazy evangelicals, which are like the Collins elite, and now you're putting Tucker Carlson, and Tucker Carlson's severely against Israel. Like, we can pull up his take on the whole conflict going down in Iran, and his whole story is Israel's dragging us into a war, and Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and all the stuff, they're the good guys, and they don't want this war. And then, like I said, fast forward like 2 days later, and like Saudi Arabia and Qatar are like, yeah, fuck Iran. So, like I said, there's a lot of shit to wade through here, but let's get to it.
Anyway, the point is that it's not a coincidence that this is taking place at the same time as the Iran war. It's not a coincidence. Because for reasons that we've gone into at length and in depth in previous shows, which I would direct people to go back and watch, even our last conversation on Iran, that I want to get into it in as much depth and detail here. But for reasons that we've discussed repeatedly, if Iran is allowed to go back to a form of government that expresses its own civilizational ethos, Iran will become the only country on the face of the earth with a will to resist the beings that these evangelical Christian morons believe are angels who are going to come to put down the deception of the Antichrist and save the elect. These are the beings that Zarathustra, at the foundation of Iranian civilization, referred to as devas, and later they're called in Middle Persian div. Okay? The demons who work for Ahriman, the great deceiver, the principle of constraint, okay? Also sometimes referred to simply as Druj, the lie. So Zarathustra is so important, not just as the first philosopher who inspired the entire trajectory of Greek philosophy to arise, but Zarathustra is so important as the singular figure who flipped the religious perspective of mankind. All those beings worshipped by all the ancient pagan cultures, which are the same beings, despite what these Christians and Muslims like to think, these are the same beings that later were translated into angels, the Elohim, or the Malayek in Islam. These are the pagan gods that the majority of human cultures, from the ancient Sumerians to the Mayans to the Chinese worshiping their great ancestors, etc., to the Hindus worshiping the devas, right? I mean, remember the Indians and the Iranians, the Vedic Indians, Vedic people, and the Iranians were originally one people. That's why they call them Indo-Iranian, the Indo-Iranian branch of the Indo-European people. So the Indians also literally call them devas, same word that Zarathustra uses. And the Gathas, and the language of the Gathas is very, very close to Sanskrit. It's right at that point where Iranian is being separated from Sanskrit as a separate language. And a great deal of that separation had to do with this revaluation of all values, as Nietzsche would call it, where Zarathustra basically says, you people are worshiping demons. The entities that basically are the army of Jesus Christ, the entities that brought Jesus Christ, that will bring Jesus Christ back, the entities that spoke to Muhammad, they are demons from Zarathustra's perspective. They're great deceivers, manipulators, sadistic oppressors of humanity. That is foundational to the ethos of Iranian civilization. And in Neo-Zoroastrian or Mithraic Iran, would have that as the lens through which it views both UFO disclosure and the potential available to us through achievement of the technological singularity. In other words, we are now 20 years at most away from, on an exponentially accelerating curve, we're 20 years at most away from having godlike power ourselves in terms of genetic engineering, artificial intelligence. The recognition of latent psychic abilities, which is happening contemporaneously with UFO disclosure, because the way these UFOs operate is psionic. It's being now disclosed in numerous conversations. The people in Lockheed, the people in American deep state know this. So the disclosure of psychic ability will lead to the development of psychotronic technologies that combine human latent psychic abilities with artificial intelligence and nanotechnology. And within very short order, we will have available to us the power and the longevity through genetic engineering of the Devas. And the last thing they're going to allow is for that to happen. So there is a concerted global agenda on the part of these Devas to manipulate various major world powers, every single world power, every single one, with the exception of Japan. If you consider Japan a world power, there's hope for Japan because of the importance of the Buddhist perspective in their culture. I mean, it's kind of hybrid Shinto Buddhist culture, but read my Iranian Leviathan. Gautama Buddha was also an Iranian. Buddhism is, contrary to what many people think, an Iranian religion, not an Asian religion. And Gautama shares in a lot of deep ways Zarathustra's perspective, although unfortunately, he was inclined at an ethical and political level toward pacifism and quietism, which doesn't lend itself to the kind of rebellion against the Devas that he did also recognize were deceptive and manipulative and shouldn't be worshipped, right? But still, because of that, and because of the way in which Mahayana evolved, and especially Zen, again, Bodhidharma was an Iranian as well, there is hope for Japan to be allied with an Iran that resists this global agenda. But Japan can't lead it because Japan still has too much of a collectivistic, paternalistic Asian culture. Japan may follow if Iran leads it. But by and large, the rest of the world, America with its Christians, Europe, America, especially with its evangelicals, Europe with its Catholics, Russia with its Russian Orthodoxy, India for sure, unfortunately, because, you know, geostrategically, Iran and India could have a lot of room for collaboration, but fundamentally, the Hindus, the minute these tall white people drop out of the sky in their saucers, oh, no, Ram, okay? They're all going to submit. They're all going to
yeah.
They even submitted to the SS during World War II. You don't think they're going to submit to Nordic supermen and step out of flying saucers and say, hey, we're the Devas? Yeah, 100% they will. So you can't count on anybody in the world except Iran. I don't support Iran because I have Iranian heritage. I have Iranian heritage because I supported Iran. Okay? I remember the last days of my last life, and Iran was on my mind constantly. If I were a person, and it was during the 1979 revolution, so it wasn't hard for a thinker to be thinking about Iran, but I became fixated on Iran and its significance to the world and its history. If I had no Iranian heritage at all, but had the same philosophical proclivities and the same fascination with history and the same concern for geopolitics as I do, I would still have come to the same conclusion that the only fortress that we have on this fucking planet from out of which to resist the Devas is Iran. And that battle is coming within 20 years. Because again, it's not a coincidence that UFO disclosure is taking place at the same time as we're reaching the technological singularity. You think it's a coincidence? Or suddenly we achieve AI and everybody's talking about how, oh, shit, it's true. The government's been hiding the truth about UFOs. And we're going to roll it out. No. It's all coordinated. It's all coordinated. Because the people behind the UFO phenomenon will not allow humanity, by and large, to achieve technological parity with them in a way that gives us defensive capability. They're colonizers. They're oppressors. They rule us. It's like the caste system. And it's going to overtly become like the caste system again once they come out of the woodwork after massive, devastating events are orchestrated and take place on this planet. So Iran is a vital fortress for ensuring the self-determination, freedom, and independence, and continued progress of humanity, okay, within a cosmic horizon. The core of Zarathustra's teaching is Sepanto Aminu, the chief attribute of Ahura Mazda. Ahura Mazda, the spirit of titanic wisdom, has as its chief attribute the expansive or progressive mentality at work on a cosmic scale, a cosmic force of progress and innovation and creativity. Okay? So the battle with the Devas on the basis of that Sepanto Aminu, on the basis of that Promethean ethos, is the only hope for humanity. If Iran falls, humanity falls. End of story.
Now, Jason, to follow up with something pertaining to that before we get to the super chats, when it comes to someone's ethos, you mentioned that in your past life, you were already incredibly connected to Iran. When it comes to what we do right now in this life, in order to determine what ends up happening to us later on in terms of which ethos we want to be a part of, is there any advice you can give to, I don't know, like, let's say you're right about what's going on with Israel right now, any advice you would give to some of the Jewish people that are listening that want to be a part of what you're talking about and don't want any of this bullshit? And any advice in general to people when it comes to what they can do to make sure that where they end up in their next life is not going to be in a bad place, is going to focus on, you know, whatever ethos is going to be the closest to that spirit of wisdom you were referring to.
Yeah, so I don't want to give specific advice to Jews because that's like ghettoizing a population. I mean, I would give the advice to Jews, who I would give it to any creative, enterprising, innovative person with a, you know, humanistic, valiant ethos, right? I mean, to the extent that any person who happens to be Jewish has that ethos and wants to cultivate it, I would give the same advice, which is that, and by the way, your question is incredibly relevant. We addressed this last time because my book Thanosis had just come out. Copy of it somewhere. Actually, there's a copy of it laying right here. Yeah, Thanosis, my latest book, which is a comprehensive parapsychological study of the afterlife. Okay,
it's link in description, by the way.
Yeah, Thanosis. There's going to be a lot of death on this planet in the next, very soon, in the next 10 to 20 years. A lot of death on this planet, like we haven't seen in 12,000 years. And so it's very important, for example, like what happens in Iran right now. Okay, it's very important that Iran gets its shit together before that starts, so that Iran can be positioned to guide whatever elements of humanity want to feel the resistance and the struggle for self-determination during and after the convergent catastrophes. And if you want to know in detail what I'm talking about, I have a Substack literally called Convergent Catastrophes. So you can go look into that. But so I would give the same advice to anybody with that ethos. And that's that you should inwardly orient yourself toward those principles that you think are the best maxims by which to guide your life, and study in a deep way, not just in an erudite, dry academic way, but be seduced by the elements of various cultures that you think are most constructive for the development of the human future. Because they will guide you subconsciously toward where you're going to be reborn after you die. You're going to gravitate toward what you were fixated on and what your life was structured around. okay, on a subconscious level. So that's the advice that I would give. And, you know, what particular heritage, I don't want to use the word tradition necessarily, what particular heritage, what particular histories, and what particular ethical structuring principles any given individual adopts and adapts in a dynamic way that is self-sustaining and compelling is going to depend on that individual and where they're situated to some extent. Okay, like for example, if you have a person, let's say in South Korea, who's a particularly Promethean-minded individual, you know, maybe studying the more constructive elements of Zen Buddhism and what it is about Japanese culture that has made modern Japan so innovative and, you know, so intrepid would be a better choice for you than getting lost in Iranian history and, you know, the principles of like Zoroastrianism and Mithraism.
And
it makes it more practical for that South Korean person.
And when it comes to, let's say, something like, for example, my situation where I was born in the USSR, you know, in St. Petersburg, Russia, and then we happened to find a way to get to the United States. Is there something in terms of those very strange trajectories where you happen to be born in a certain place but aren't there for a long time, and now you're thrust into New York City, into the middle of where everything is going down right now? Is there something to those kind of trajectories?
I think so. I do think so. I think it's a way where life is telling you, come and matter. You, Lev Polyakov, don't belong in war-torn Ukraine or on the Russian side of the border. Come and matter. I think that's, in the case of individuals who have something to offer the future, I think that's why they wind up being, I know another person very much like that, who are taken from some part of the world by the happenstances of life or the synchronicities, you know, of their biography, to a place that's at the center of everything. Or they wind up having the ability to move in a very cosmopolitan way between various places that are important nodes in the world system.
Yeah.
But
I mean, look at yourself. Like you were, even though you were born in the United States.
I was born where it matters, in the center.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
I've been a New Yorker for a long time, which really, you know,
R.I.P.
To see what's happening to that city, because I have been a New Yorker for a very long time. And it's over. It's over.
Pour some liquor out, huh?
Yeah.
Now we're gonna go to super chats, but the very first super chat that I wanted to talk about is from our good friend King of Biltong, for $40. Anton, my good friend Anton, we are the lowest price direct-to-consumer biltong brand in the U.S. Biltong USA does not overcharge for junk. We make real biltong. Go to biltongusa.com. Use code word BTR for 10% off. And Jason, you've had some of this biltong yourself at some of the BTR.
Buy the biltong.
And also the New York City shows that we have, which, by the way, Jason, we had a wonderful show last time, and I look forward to you coming to New York one more time, you know, even though, you know, RIP, pour some liquor out for the fallen ones. I hope that you do come back to New York City. And if you guys want to be supporting the show and become $20 plus patrons, you are going to have the opportunity to be there in person, watching the show, asking the questions, you know, meeting the amazing, intelligent guests like yourself, Jason, in person, then going out for an after party If the weather's nice, it's going to be up on the roof. If it's not so nice, we're going to go out to, I don't know, some local izakaya or a nice bar around the neighborhood. But either way, you are helping build something very important right now through supporting BTR. Because by supporting BTR, all these people from all of these different locations and viewpoints and professions, they get to actually burst their bubble and get to a lot of what you're talking about, Jason. Like, what is the ethos? What is the reason that we're doing what we're doing for? And that's something that I want to highly encourage on this show by bringing all these people together. And as you guys know, we've had people on like Curtis Yarvin and also people from, these think tanks, like a good friend, shout out to Vlad Davidson. And all of these people came from different worlds, didn't have anything in common until they finally realized that there is some ethos to work towards. And that's the project that I'm very passionate about doing, but it cannot be done without your help. So if you become patrons today, like I said before, New York City shows, MP3s of the episodes after they come out, exclusive behind the scenes kind of, I don't know what the word is, inner circle conversations that I am going to have with the patrons as well. So guys, support the show and it will be very much appreciated. And also make sure to smash that like button, smash the subscribe button, click the bell. All of this is incredibly important to helping this channel grow. So with that, we shall continue the super chats over here from D Burdened for $10. Nice looking bird avatar there. What are the 3 most effective narratives promoted by Iran's regime that are currently resonating with Americans?
Number 1, this war is Israel first, not America first. Number 2, this war is Israel first, not America first. Number 3, this war is Israel first, not America first. Okay? That's the only selling point they need, and they're hammering it hard. That, oh, you poor American people, we have no problem with you. When we chant death to America, we mean death to the American government. We don't mean death to the American people. Israel has gotten you into this war. We could have perfectly good relations with you if Israel weren't controlling your foreign policy, etc., which is a crock of shit. Because, when this started, when the national revolution started in Iran in late December, I was writing a book on America. I mentioned this
yes,
in our last conversation, that I had suspended work on it. Now I've terminated work on it. But in my last Danny Jones show, I said that the next project I wanted to work on was a book about America, which I had been wanting to write for years. And I alternated between various possible titles for this book. One of them at one point was Novus Ordo Seclorum, New Order of the Ages, on our Great Seal. Another was The Great Satan. I was thinking of calling the book The Great Satan. I had other titles in mind too.
And before anyone thinks that's a bad thing, let him finish.
Because the core of what made America great, and this is what's so disgusting about these MAGA people, the core of what made America great is positively satanic from any kind of Judeo-Christian perspective and from an Islamic perspective. When Ayatollah Khomeini said in 1979, America is the great Satan, the wounded serpent, in a very savvy way, referencing the original flag of the United States, the Don't Tread on Me flag.
Mm-hmm.
He knew exactly what the fuck he's talking about, okay? Moby Dick is Satanism, all right? Jack Parsons is Satanism. America's Promethean ethos, its entire popular culture that has to do with science fiction, the great visions of the United Federation of Planets in Star Trek and the Galactic Rebellion of Star Wars and the Jedi religion and the superheroes of the Justice League, especially the mutants and the X-Men. It's all satanic. And it was meant to be. from the foundation of this country, okay? Which is why the kind of freedom of religion that we have was worked into the Constitution, because the founders of this country naively believed, with their Enlightenment mentality, that simply creating a secular state and giving people an education free from religious dogmatism would allow them to liberate themselves and become enlightened of their own initiative. Unfortunately, they overestimated humanity, which Lucifer also does in Milton. Okay? So, the Islamic Republic of Iran is absolutely right about what the essence of America is. And insofar as they're saying, oh no, we're not against the American people, we're just against the American government, it means they think Americans are stupid cows. Remember what Nietzsche said about Christians? Christians, shopkeepers, and cows. That's what defines the Anglo mentality. That's what Friedrich Nietzsche said. And sadly, it's proven true about the United States, that instead of the brilliant vision that our founders had in this country and the Promethean aspiration that we see across the popular culture of Marvel and DC and Star Trek and Star Wars and the Ghostbusters, we are becoming a retarded Christian nation, a biblical republic, where UFO disclosure is going to be managed by people who literally think that aliens are either angels or demons. So, yeah, that's my answer to that question.
What's interesting also about the situation is that a lot of these numbskull audience, some of whom are in the global south, some of whom are just, not that bright mentally, who are listening to a lot of these, Ian Carroll and Nick Fuentes and Andrew Tate, like all these people, Sneeko, their theory is that the reason why things are so bad is because the Jews turned us into these stupid goys, in their estimation, where they wouldn't really see this reality working out in any other way, that things, unfortunately, naturally over time, they get corrupted. People get lazy. People can't, like I was talking about this example, pardon, even mentioning this guy, but, Chris Chan, where his father worked for General Electric, was in the Korean War, collected jazz records, and then, this weird autistic kid who was like into Sonic the Hedgehog on Pikachu and created Sonichu, like did horrible things, with his mother. Like, this being was the spawn of what was considered to be American abundance and American ingenuity. Yet I think the reason why so many people resonate with this Chris Chan character, why he's like the most documented man on the internet allegedly, is because I think that they see inside of Chris Chan a part of themselves where maybe they're not living up to the expectation of their ancestors. And I don't think that that's something that should necessarily be attributed to any particular people. It's the unfortunate reality that if you don't have pressure on you, you're going to start to get loose. And right now what we're seeing is, who are the countries with the most pressure? Iran, obviously, the Iranian people. We also have, Israel, as far as the pressure that's constantly been on them with the wars. We have Ukraine, the pressure that's coming from Russia. So I see those people as surviving. And like I said before, I wish that there would be an alliance with all those people who actually have enough pressure on them and don't succumb to that pressure and can grow from that pressure. So that's at least my hope here.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more.
So let's go over here to Lady Ariana. We all know Lady Ariana. Bibi also keeps talking Haman the Persian instead of the Agagite Amalekite. P.S. Don't be mad at me. So I don't know what this is.
Look, the whole discourse of, I don't want to get into this in too much depth and detail, but if someone really wants to get into the Purim story and its subtleties and what kinds of esoteric motivations may have been behind the crafting of that narrative as part of the foundational historical relationship between the Iranians and the Jews, look at my chapter in Iranian Leviathan called Tekel Tekel Mene Shekel, okay? And which is obviously a play on, the famous Bible verses, okay? Mene Mene Tekel Ufarsin. And look, it's very complicated. This idea that a bunch of Jews yearly celebrate an Iranian executing thousands of his own people in order to prevent the persecution of the Jews by a prime minister who basically was an anti-Semitic lunatic, right? Haman. There are a lot of people who would look at that and say, well, that's fucked up. You were the first Zionist-occupied government. What kind of government executes thousands of its own people to protect the Jews? It's more complicated than that. But how Netanyahu uses the discourse of, the defeat of Haman and the execution of the conspirators against the Jews in a way that makes it appear as if the enemy is Persia and Persians. The same Persia and Persians who saved their ass when Cyrus brought them out of Babylonian captivity and Darius rebuilt their temple for them at the cost to the Persian treasury. Okay? And by the way, also allowed Jerusalem to have fortification walls. During the Persian Empire and the Achaemenid Empire, nobody in the empire was allowed to have fortification walls, except Jerusalem. The Jews were given a special dispensation.
Big, beautiful walls. Yeah.
So, the way that Netanyahu associates Haman and his conspiracy with Persians, Haman the Persian, is concerning. And it feeds into this theory, which we got into earlier, which I hope will be proven false.
Well, there we go. Let's move on to the next super chat. We have 2 super chats from the same person here for $10. Admiral Parvana. And by the way, I believe that avatar is from the lady from the Cowboy Bebop movie, which highly recommend you guys check it out. It's a beautiful anime made of, I believe, in 2001. I don't remember her name right now. If anybody in the chat can write it down. I think, is it Electra? Or am I thinking of the Nadia? Anyway, Admiral Parvana says, lots of Japanese X accounts are giving their support for Iranians. This is probably due to their growing Muslim population, many who are Kurds, and they know that real Iranists aren't Muslim or Arabs.
I kind of, the question is a little bit confused insofar as it's not clear to me whether the person means that Japanese are supporting Iranians who are Muslims, who are part of their Muslim population, or whether the person means that Japanese accounts are supporting the Iranian National Revolution.
It's the latter. It seems to be the latter, because he's saying that the Japanese are not seeing real Iranians as being Muslim, meaning that they
well, I've seen many Japanese there's a whole Japanese anime that's being made based on the Iranian National Revolution. It's pretty cool, actually. If you can find it on X.
Called PsyOp Anime on X. I highly recommend you check that shit out.
There are lots of clips of it. Or from the beginning of the National Revolution, somebody did this, and it's being passed around a lot in Japanese. The language is Japanese of the anime.
Oh, that's I think that's the AI PsyOp anime. It's called something like that. I think it's made in AI. I don't know if the creators are Japanese though, but it's
no, but it's in Japanese language.
Just to give us an idea what that looks like.
Donald Trump. クソ、中東での長期化した紛争は中国に台湾へ動く隙を与えかねない。全てを送れ。
一撃で終わらせる。体制を切り落とす。
アメリカは間もなく攻撃に踏み切る。狙いは体制の背骨を折ることだ。その好機は長くは続かない。
他の勢力はどうだ。あの規模の反応に我々は備えがあるのか。
モスクワは語り、北京は見守る。どちらもテヘランのために血を流すことはない。重要なのは革命防衛隊がつまずいた後、何が空白を埋めるかだ。
君たちのアイアンドームが持ちこたえる。
It's good shit, you know what I mean? And it's like broken into like, you know, like 1 minute, 2 minute segments, all this kind of shit. Highly recommend just check that out.
Actually, and they refer to Iran as Persia, and it's being passed around by Japanese people, even if it doesn't originate from a Japanese person. In any case, it doesn't surprise me. And like I said, I think, and I posted about this repeatedly in X, I think that Japan would be a fantastic future ally of Iran. Fantastic future ally for many reasons. Number one, deep cultural ties that almost nobody knows about. Again, I wrote a whole Substack on this. You can find, I believe it was called Mithra in East Asia. Mithra in East Asia. And it talks about how Zen Buddhism and the samurai ethos come from Iran. And there is a deep Iranian impact on the formative phase of Japanese civilization, which was further amplified by the fact that when the Sassanids fled Iran, they brought their royal treasury to China, the last Sassanids who fled Iran. And this royal treasury eventually made its way from China to Japan and became the basis for the Shosoin treasury of Japan and the canonization of a Japanese aesthetic philosophy. So both the spiritual orientation of Japan, the military ethos of Japan, and also the aesthetic sensibilities of the Japanese are connected to Iranian culture on a deep level, particularly to the Scythian branch of Iranian culture. Bodhidharma was a Scythian. And Daruma, as they call him in Japan. He's all over Japan with the blue eyes, the blue-eyed bar. Yeah. So anyway, there's that deep cultural reason, but then there are very tangible contemporary geopolitical reasons. Japan and Iran share China as an enemy. Tajikistan is going to be part of Iran. This little Tajikistan that has a border with China, that's a part of Iran. They speak Persian. I guarantee you, within a decade of Iran's economy being restarted and Iran being a functional country, the Tajiks will vote Democratic, no military conquest. They're going to vote democratically, like the Austrian Anschluss. They will rejoin Iran. It'll be like a non-territorially contiguous province, like, for example, Hawaii or Alaska. It's not territorially contiguous with the 48 lower states. That's going to be Tajikistan, Iran. And Tajikistan's on the border with China. It's going to give us massive strategic depth into China, okay? And we're going to be a great ally with Japan against China. Also against Russia. Russia is a huge enemy of Japan. The Russians and the Japanese fought ferocious wars, which the Japanese were very successful in. And so another front that we're going to fight together is eventually the war against the Russians, which the third ally there is going to be Ukraine. And so I see a great partnership between a strong world power, Iran, with Japan in the east and Ukraine in the west against both China and Russia. And so it's a question of the Israelis whether they want to be part of that.
Yeah, come on, Israel, don't be stupid. What are you doing here? This is a great alliance. This is a great opportunity.
Absolutely.
Anyway.
Look, there's a big problem there in terms of the fucking Russian Jews inside Israel. They are a major Achilles heel for that future materializing.
Well, you were talking, and this is like a whole other conversation, but you were talking about October 7th, how you suspect that some of these Russian Jewish oligarchs whose loyalty is a lot more to Russia were, responsible for easing the security when it comes to what occurred there, because allegedly Russia was very mad at Israel for wanting to supply Ukraine with weaponry. So anyway, we have over here Admiral Parvana, once again, $10. Some believe that the Roman nose, like the one possessed by the late Shinzo Abe, was due to Iranian monarchs mixing with their royals. A neo-Aryan anti-Islam alliance will break the Western discourse.
Yes, 100%. 100%. It's Scythian genes is what it is. It's Scythian genes. Regarding a neo-Aryan anti-Islam alliance, 100%. Now, this is where the Jews have to be very fucking careful. Okay? Because Aryan in Iranian context doesn't mean any kind of anti-Semitic, racialist discourse. It stands for a certain civilizational ethos. And Israel can be a part of that. But one of the reasons why the Israelis keep promoting, and also Jewish commentators and Jews in the diaspora who are in think tanks keep promoting Persia, 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 is because they don't like that Iran means Aryan and that Iranians are the Aryans. They don't like this. It makes them nervous. It doesn't help that Reza Shah asked the world to call Iran by its endonym in 1935 when he was leaning toward Hitler. I get it. Doesn't help. Okay? But also let's remember that his son, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, saved a lot of Jews from the Holocaust. A lot of Jews took refuge in Iran during World War II. There's that too. So, in terms of the Pahlavi legacy. So, and Mohammad Reza Shah had a great alliance with Israel in the 1960s and 70s. Great alliance, super high level intelligence and military relationship, to the point where I happen to know they were working on nuclear weapons together, okay, in the mid to late 1970s. Anyway, the Jews really need to be careful here, because you don't want to be excluded from this party. You really don't. Because if the discourse takes shape in a way where it's about an Aryan, neo-Aryan, those Azov people in Ukraine? Okay. Look, Israel would be well advised to get in on this party. They would be very welcome. Very, very welcome. But
speaking of which, by the way, they do have Jewish people, as our good friend Vlad Davidson already confirmed, who are part of the Azov battalion already. Like any of this bad blood, I don't think it's there.
I will tell you this right now. If they try to carve a piece out of Iran, there will be no Jews left in the Azov brigade or anywhere, frankly, in Ukraine. A stipulation for an Iranian-Ukrainian alliance will be the expulsion of Jews from Ukraine, from any involvement in Ukraine, any involvement at all. For Iran to ally with Ukraine, one of the minimum stipulations is going to be no Jews. You work with Jews, you don't work with us. That's going to be a consequence of carving a piece out of Iran. So may the Israelis and the Jewish diaspora and Jewish power brokers outside of Israel be forewarned. Don't do this. There's a tremendous opportunity awaiting you. It can be an incredibly constructive, high-level security, military intelligence relationship. By the way, all these countries, of course, Israel has nuclear weapons. Israel has about, depending on varying estimates, 200 to 300 nuclear warheads, depending on how many of them are functional and operational rather than corroded. Okay? Those 200 warheads are not going to save you from the wrath of the entire world. You're going to need a big brother. You're going to need an alliance. You're going to need a global network. But one of the things that Iran and Israel and Ukraine, the largest nuclear power in the world after Russia in 1991, when the Soviet Union collapsed, Ukraine had the largest number of warheads after Russia. And Japan has a secret nuclear weapons program. So one of the things that these countries can all collaborate in, which helps even the balance of power, because we're David versus Goliath. We're going to be going up against China, going up against Russia. We're the David versus the Goliath. But one of the things that can level the playing field is that all these countries can collaborate in a massive nuclear weapons development together. Okay? And I'm 100% for that.
And by the way,
that requires trust. That requires trust.
Yes, it does. And by the way, speaking of Ukraine, if you recall George Bush's Chicken Kiev speech back in the day, where, and again, he could have been kayfabing it, like we said before, he could have other intentions, but the gist of that speech had to do with him being deathly afraid of the partitioning of the USSR. And in terms of what would happen when there would be a partition, and once again, I hope this will never happen, but, the partition of Iran, I think that Israel should think about that as well. Like, what exactly that's going to create in the world? Is that necessarily a kind of stable relationship that they would be able to have when it comes to, again, all of these Nick Fuentes, Nico watchers that are, right now they're young, but they're not going to be young for forever. They're going to be the next generation. So you want to deal with that? Be my guest. But anyway, we have a super sticker over here from Anon2345, $10. Thank you so much. Next one over here from LVX Lotus, $20. Is there one fundamental truth that serves as the cornerstone of your philosophy? And by the way, guys, no more super chats after this because we have a few more here to be read, but we can't be here all day. But I really appreciate everybody supporting the show. Once again, make sure to smash that like button and smash that subscribe button. Patreon.com/breaktherules, of course. Anyway, there's the super chat.
So I have an incredibly complex philosophical system, right? Which includes an ontology, an epistemology, ethics, the political outgrowths of that, the political philosophy that ethics leads to, and that has metaphysical and epistemological foundations, and also an aesthetics, which I've expressed also in the form of fiction. I have an entire philosophical system. There are very, very few thinkers who are still alive in the world today have done that. And by my criteria, which I think are legitimate and I've argued for, those are the marks of an actual philosopher versus a philosophy professor or some kind of pontificator who only writes in metaphysics or epistemology or only does political theory or whatever. That having been said, yeah, absolutely. You could look at this entire complex superstructure or deep structure of my philosophical thought, and you can identify one axial point. And it goes back to Zarathustra. Namely, that we have freedom, and we have it for the sake of creativity. We're free, we can choose. And the reason we can choose and we're free is so we can create. And that's right at the heart of the Gathas of Zarathustra and the foundational philosophy of Iranian civilization.
Morning, Creative Witch. Welcome in, welcome in. We're just about to call it, but we're just at the last 5 minutes. Can't let it run out without Annie. Appreciate you, Creative Witch. Thank you very kindly. Let me give you a little money clip for that one. You know what I'm saying? Since the last 5 minutes, because we kind of left off at the philosophical question there with Giorgiani. But like I said, there's stuff I don't agree with. But there is a lot of stuff that I'm not sure of, or at least gives us a bit of insight into like what Iran is and all this kind of thing. We had the bit with Marco Rubio at the beginning as well. Highly suggest everybody looks at that. But like I said, like that's pretty much it in terms of the Iran. Tomorrow we got a little bit of surprise for you. Like I said, kind of like I think in the next couple of weeks we'll be going back to a bit more Rob Noor, a bit more Andrew Wilson. And speaking of Andrew Wilson, something caught my eye as I was looking for somewhere to raid before we leave. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Swords of Reason. This is your boy Speakeasy. He's getting shit done, boys. You know what I'm saying? So I highly suggest. When is this on again? Scheduled for March 12th. So yeah, it's basically in about 3 days, I think. 2-3 days. Live in 2 days. So 2 days away, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you get your ass to this one, because this one's gonna be a good one. It's gonna be a good one. I can tell you that already. You know what I'm saying? By the way, anyone who was wondering, like, Sirkar is the dude that called me a Nazi, and obviously we know who Andrew Wilson is. So it's gonna be a good one to see. You know, Andrew come in, you know, absolutely ground and pound him. I highly doubt, right, that like Sirkar has any chance whatsoever. But especially the whole fucking shit against Rob. Oh boy, I've been waiting. You know what I'm saying? And I think this is Andrew's debut for Swords of Reason as well, so it's going to be a good one. We got it, William. We've got to do it. You know what I'm saying? Got to be done. There's no other way.
I think that women should be grateful. They should be grateful. They live in the best society ever, and it's all built on the backs of not them. The air conditioning, which enables them to even exist. Everything which allows them to exist in modernity is built by men, and they're the most ungrateful, snot-nosed brats about it that you've ever seen. And there's really no cause for it because they bring nothing to the table, none of them, including the old bags here who bring nothing to the table by their own admission except their and that, to me, is why, and when asked, this is all you get. I bring love and affection. You don't bring to the table. And that's why you can't even answer the damn question, no matter how many times we ask it. And it makes me sick because that is modernity. Well, hang on, stop. Let's start with this. What are the 3 laws of logic? What are they? No, don't look them up. What are the 3 laws of logic?
Do you think this is an inconclusive
What are the
mathematical
3
statement?
laws of logic? There's 3. What are they?
I don't fucking know.
You don't know the fucking laws of logic, dude.
All right.
No, all right, dude. I don't know where. You don't even know the 3 laws of logic. This is fucking crazy. You're fucking crazy,
do you want to ask?
bro.
Do you want to ask Speakeasy if he knows?
Yeah, it's the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of the excluded middle.
His name is John C.
Anything else, shit?
Absolute beast. And yes, I was muted. Please be patient. My mom's did take Tylenol. You know what I'm saying? And Jack, you're still around? God damn, Jack. Jack was lurking in the shadows. Jack was like Pepe. You know what I'm saying? Just sitting there kind of going, they can't see me anymore, comrades. I'm already joking. But yeah, like I said, make sure you just check this shit out. Because I have a good feeling it's going to be a good one. Lots of blood. Just love the blood sports. Get down and get to it, baby. But yeah, like I said, it's good to see Andrew around the scene, all that kind of stuff. And yeah, like the whole thing, it's like these motherfuckers can't even define fascist. Like, look at the conversation I was having, what was it, on last Saturday, with the environmentalist dude, or whatever the fuck he calls himself. You know what I mean? Oh, well, they're like environmental fascists. What the fuck does that mean? And he was like, well, it just means bad. And I'm like, okay, well, like fascist has a very specific meaning. You know what I mean? And as Sirkar is gonna find out, to call Trump a fascist, bro, wait till you see actual fascism. And looking at the state of Europe, seems like we're gonna get it. You know what I mean? Which I'm not a fan of. You know? Ask the Italianos. Like, people forget that, like, Italy, Spain, Germany, they were all like, yeah, let's do this. And, like, France fucking surrendered. Like, all of mainland Europe, basically, was all for it. And then England got in the way. I called Trump a lot of things, but not sure about that one. Oh, I could call Trump a lot of things, but not that one. Yeah, but like that's what I'm saying. It's like they're just saying like fascist means bad. So because that means bad, that means I can call Trump bad. Don't make no motherfucking sense. You know what I mean? This will be his debut. What a debut. What a debut. Like I said, you want some, because like Sierra does this thing. It's like, oh, I'm like a right winger just like you, and then like he's like a Republican against Trump or some crazy shit like that. You know what I mean? So, like I said, it's gonna be a good one. It's gonna be a good one, folks. You know what I mean? And I hopefully, like I said, we get a couple of more, premium memes out of it. Maybe at least a couple of memes, if not premium memes. You know what I mean? Because, like I said, the that mic drop moment, that was special. That was special, and I think the song makes it as well. The song does have a good aspect to it too. You don't know the definition of fast. Exactly. To me, it means more than bad. If it was just bad, Trump would have the award. Like, that's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? And I don't know the argument that I've heard it, or I've heard bits and bobs of it kind of thing, but it goes got to do with the last eye and like basically where like the government forces all private ownership to align with the country, or else you're basically not allowed to have the company kind of thing. So it's like there's a lot to it. There's a lot to it, and then like they'll do the Merriam-Webster counter, which would be something along the lines of, "No, I'm talking about ultra authoritarian, ultra nationalist, etc., etc." To which then you can just say like, "Well, every country is fascist." Then, any country that has any national identity whatsoever, you can just say, "That's ultra nationalist." You know what I mean? So if they want to go the Merriam-Webster route, like I've seen like the Merriam-Webster definition absolutely get obliterated and destroyed. But Andrew's able to actually take it through the history. Like, here's where the word first props up, and here's the author that uses it, etc., etc. So, like I said, this gonna be a bloodbath, as they say. He's going to piss Andrew off. I'd bet on it. No, I'd say it's not necessarily going to be Andrew getting pissed off. I'd say it'd be a lot of Andrew just like laughing at his face that like the dude's so retarded. But like Andrew does match energy. So if Sierra was smart, he'd come into this and be like, gloves on, as nice as pie as he could be, and then try to turn into a discussion. But yeah, like knowing what Sierra was doing against Rob and all this kind of shit, gonna be a bloodbath, as they say. 100%. That or Easy's gonna have to set him straight about interrupting. Well, yeah, like but we've seen it on the whole Giovanni Gentile. Thank you very much. Giovanni Gentile. But yeah, like the whole kind of like interrupting thing and all this kind of shit, like Easy was able to whip out the clock and all that kind of jazz. With the the Nora Prep thing. But specifically in the Swords of Reason format, the fact that it's not like blind, like Andrew's not going to be hearing the arguments straight away, means that like Andrew's like, all right, here we go. You know what I mean? But yeah, let me know your thoughts. But definitely something. Make sure you hit the L notification bell. One sec, folks. You gotta make sure you. Oh wait, no, it is. Should not be grayed in. Oh my god, YouTube needs to sort that shit out, bro. Really, but make sure you have all notifications set. Okay, and also give it an L thumbs up as well. Make sure I post this too. Well, folks, we have wait one sec. I also know you can't stand politics in general, so don't care about this. Yeah, no worries. But where are we at? Yeah, so like and sub. So that's the link to it. And like I said, we reached the end of the show, but folks, we absolutely smashed it today. Hats off to you all. Appreciate you all. Like I said, we got Dogs, we got Jack, we got Prince of Blades. You know what I mean? We got Shantae, we got Birds Aren't Even Real. You know what I mean? Appreciate you all. Thank you very kindly. Let me see. Yeah, there's no one to raid into yous. But as they say, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Folks, this was a damn good show.
That was a damn good show. For more damn good shows, click the video over there or the link in the description box. Oh, you getting pumped up. Don't forget to red pill the morons in the comment section below. This is all BS. It's all a bunch of lies for votes. Yeah.